vez na história da União Europeia foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Estou a falar no inglês. Eu estou a falar no inglês. Estás-me a ouvir aí? Ok.
Deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta cimeira de Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta cimeira de Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta cimeira de Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta cimeira de Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta cimeira de Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira do Porto não é obviamente ponto de chegada, mas é ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira do Porto não é obviamente ponto de chegada, mas é ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira do Porto não é obviamente ponto de chegada, mas é ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira do Porto não é obviamente ponto de chegada, mas é ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira do Porto não é obviamente ponto de chegada, mas é ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Fórum, a social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Fórum, a social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Fórum, a social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Fórum, a social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Fórum, a social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta cimeira de Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta cimeira de Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta cimeira de Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta cimeira de Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta cimeira de Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira do Porto não é obviamente ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira do Porto não é obviamente ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira do Porto não é obviamente ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira do Porto não é obviamente ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira do Porto não é obviamente ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira do Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira do Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira do Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira do Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira do Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira do Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação.
Good morning, bom dia, and welcome to the Porto Social Forum 2023, a space where we reaffirm Europe's social values. And for a welcome speech, I ask the Portuguese Prime Minister, António Costa, to take the floor. Thank you.
Muito bom dia a toda.
Good morning.
Senhor Vice-Presidente,
Portugal, dear Vice President of the European Parliament, dear Ministers, dear Director of
os Comitês Económico e Social e Comitê das Regiões da União Europeia, Senhor Comissário, Senhoras e Senhores Deputados ao Parlamento Europeu e à Assembleia da República, Senhoras e Senhores Representantes dos parceiros sociais europeus. Minhas senhoras e meus senhores, bem-vindos ao Fórum Social do Porto. Uma palavra muito especial para assinalar a presença entre nós da Ministra da Política Social da Ucrânia, Oksana Zolonovich. Julgo
I believe that I say this on behalf of us all, on behalf of almost all Europeans, to show the greatest admiration for the courage and the resilience of the Ukrainian people in their fight for their territorial integrity, of the international law, and the right to a long-lasting peace. Welcome, dear Minister. Europe is, above all, a community of values, and the fundamental value that has modeled the European social model, it's the value of solidarity. That's why, in 2017, we were summoned by the then Prime Minister of Sweden, Stefan Löfven, together in Gothenburg, so that we could approve the 20 fundamental principles of the European Pillar of Social Rights. Since then, Nicola Schmidt and the Commission have developed an action plan to transform general principles into actual actions. In the penultimate Portuguese presidency in 2021, our motto was, it's time to deliver. That's why that was the time to approve said action plan. 2 years ago, during the Portuguese presidency of the Council of Europe, we held a social summit. We were experiencing then exceptional times. It was the pandemic, a pandemic that put our cities, our economies under huge pressure, and it seemed to threat the bedrock of our prosperity. Today, it is still clear that the images that were shown here, we had a strange object in our faces. Probably those who see those images a decade from now will think such a strange fashion, those masks in our faces, that challenging frame showed how central, how important it was, the existence of our way of life in the European social model. It was within that context in May 2021 we reached the most encompassing and ambitious commitment ever in terms of our union in the social realm. The Porto Social Commitment that was signed by the Presidency of the Council of Europe, by the European Parliament, and the late President David Sassoli, by the EC, and by the social partners. Business Europe, SCMA United, ETUC, Social Platform, ESGI Europe. From the different important messages in that document, let me highlight the statement that the economic recovery of the crisis caused by COVID-19 had to be a social recovery. This meaning that it should portray the spirit of the European Pillar of Social Rights, contributing for the fulfillment of the goals of the action plan. Today, it is time to summarize what you reached then, looking at what is yet to be done, because one of the goals of the action plan was to have specific goals properly quantified, projected in the 2030 horizon, so they could be assessed, amended, adapted to new challenges that social realities entail. Analyzing what's happened since 2021, Europe had a robust economic recovery with a lot of employment. Indeed, in March this year, in the sight of the EU, the unemployment level was 6%. These results after the most severe economic disruption since 1945, pandemic, war, energy shock, inflation, did not result from the benevolent action of an invisible hand. It's actually the opposite. They were only made possible because of political decisions that were deliberate, righteous, and in agreement with social partners. On an European level, thinking about the issue of financial device protecting millions of jobs throughout Europe during the pandemic, and also the activation of the suspension clause of the Stability Pact. Both of them were pivotal because they brought the member states the mandatory budget to answer to the crisis with the swiftness and flexibility that were necessary. Without them, I'm sure that we could not have reached a 75 level of employment on the European population between 20 and 64 years of age, the highest since 2009, when we began these statistics. Coming closer to the goal of the 78% fixated for 2030, with which we committed within the framework of the action plan of the European Pillar of Social Rights. We must learn from these results, comparing them with the hard and incomplete decision that we had after the financial crisis of 2009-2015, leaving a trail of unemployment and poverty. If we do it, going backwards in terms of the standard are very difficult decisions in terms of answers to economic crisis. We did not just limit the Stability Pact. The EU was able to answer to this crisis with the ambition of launching a new program set on double transition of energy and digital, in which we got involved. Social Europe cannot just be a safe harbor for crisis. It must also be the basis on which we make sure to all the right to qualification, empowering them for challenges to the future, support to innovation with the competitivity of our companies, and the social safety, making sure that no one gets left behind in this transition process. The last few months have been marked with debates on the competitivity of EU. One of the sources of concern has been the creation in the US of the Inflation Reduction Act. Naturally, this was proper news to accelerate the energy transition on a global scale. But it also arises a fundamental issue. Is Europe able to attract investment to develop and create industrial sectors and employment of the future? The European answer to the IRA and to other challenges to economic competitivity had to do with the flexibilization of aid support, European funds, and the industrial plan for the Green Deal of the EU. In a nutshell, we are building the bedrock of an European industrial policy within the absence of a true instrumental device that's common, permanent, dedicated to the reindustrialization that's green in Europe. And the European Pillar of Social Rights gains an accrued importance, which seems sometimes a bit forgotten. Let me highlight the decisive issue of qualification. Speeding up the digital and green transition depends to a greater extent on the reconversion and the effort of the qualifications and workers of Europe. We are aware there are jobs that will disappear, jobs will be lost, but we also know that this double transition opens the door to new jobs and it might generate new employment. We need to make sure that those who are without a job have the opportunity to access a new job quick. We must make sure that those who see their activity discontinued might reconvert in new activities, greener, more digital, and with a greater future, so that no one gets left behind, and so that we understand this has been from all into all and not a threat to sectors or traditional employment. It is welcome the attention of the EC, for example, dedicating one of the axes of the industrial plan declaring 2023 the European Year of Skills. I know that we have a panel dedicated to this subject, which is strategic for Portugal. We are looking to do our end. The agreement on vocational training and skills that the Portuguese government signed in June 2021 with the aim of improving the skills of workers, thus strengthening competitivity of companies. 5 billion euros of investment coming from the RRP in Portugal 2030. Translating the RRP is the national version of the next generation EU. Beyond skills, let's think about the need to make sure that our economies are prepared to deal with the limitations of growth imposed by a challenging demographics, because unless we improve the attractiveness of the labor market, companies will not be able to mobilize the labor that they need. Today, in an Europe without borders and in a globalized world, companies need to compete for talent as they do for the value and cost of the goods they produce or the services they provide. For example, improving reconciliation between family and work lives, stable employment connections, and fair wages, including mitigating the gender gap in this field. Issues that many as belonging only to the sphere of social rights, but that fortunately are increasing in the hierarchy of priorities of those who worry with the competitivity of our economies and the success of the double transition, energy and green. So we need to foster the participation of women in the labor market in the EU. In 2022, men employability was around 80%, while women was below 70%. In the US, in the EU, we are suffering a scarcity of workers in both cases. Strengthening the investment in industrial sectors of a strategic importance will lead to an accrued demand for the need of human resources. This means that aid support is not enough. Investment is not enough. All will be insufficient to accelerate the industrial transition if we don't find a manner to have labor markets that are more attractive, more inclusive, participative for our citizens. This is a field where the EU, with its market, social economy, and advanced policies, might get a competitive advantage compared to the US. Europe won't be competitive, won't have economic growth, won't have autonomy with a greater potential if it is not socially fair. And something else, we must have a migrating policy that's balanced and of dialogue with origin countries. Building walls brings nothing to our economy on a world scale. That's why I consider that the idea that alongside the program of this forum within the global and geopolitical dimension of this debate, therefore breaking this silo logic that sometimes are on the debate on European level. Of course, that the EU depends on the economy and the industry, sure, but being successful cannot be separated from the preservation and the improvement of social standards of the entirety of the EU. This is the paradigm that has driven us in Portugal, a strategic effort with social partners connected with dialogue and the reconciliation of the goals of both parties. A proper example is the medium-term agreement for the improvement of wages up to 2026 that we've reached in October 2022, at a particularly critical moment. While recovering from the pandemic, we were entering, as we all are in Europe, to the brutal economic shock that the illegal, brutal, illegitimate war triggered by Russia against Ukraine has made to our economies and our societies. This medium-term agreement aims to improve income, especially of youngsters, reducing social disparities as a condition for the retention of talent, which is pivotal to improve the productivity of companies and the competitivity of the economy. Recently, in the beginning of this month, the Decent Labor Agenda came into force with 70 measures for the reconciliation and the balance between personal and work life, fighting precariousness, valuing wages. This agenda will be based on a strengthening of the protection of workers of digital platforms that become considered as third-party workers. The participation of women in the labor market, Portugal has shown positive results above the European average, having reached last year an employment rate of 74.8% compared to a rate of 80% of participation of men. We wish to continue on this path, strengthening the social DNA of the European project. The forum that we are holding today represents one step further, a coherent path following the Social Summit of Porto of 2021 in the same measure that it was inspired in the Gothenburg Summit of 2017. But above all, we are launching a commitment into the future. Every 2 years, we will put together here in Porto a forum for following the goals of the action plan of the European Pillar of Social Rights. It's the only way to warrant that the commitment from 2021 up to the horizon of 2030 is not a faraway goal, but it's daily pursued in order to reach that goal. A goal that was took on within the framework of the European mandate, and there will come a new one. Different mandates, different member states, for which we need to make sure that it goes beyond the change of political cycles. That's why we insisted that the action plan would have goals and that those goals could be quantifiable. It is a very important exercise of accountability that must be pursued every 2 years, and Porto is eager to welcome this social forum. We believe in the actuality of this subject in terms of employment and social protection, but also the importance of reaching them and fulfill them. So we want to hear regularly in Porto the social partners, European institutions, member states, on the obstacles and challenges, but also progress and best practices. If we share them properly together, we will get there faster to the goals that we are committed with. With those goals in mind, I wish you all a great first Porto Social Forum. I hope this is the first of many, and I hope that the next one will happen in 2025. Thank you. Stay strong.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Prime Minister. And for the next half an hour or so, we'll be hearing about the importance of the role of a social Europe. And we start with the European Commissioner for Jobs and Social Rights, Mr. Nicolas Schmit.
Dear Prime Minister, dear Antonio, honorable members of the European Parliament, dear ministers, President of the Committee, Social and Economic and Social Committee, President of the Committee of Regions, dear representatives of social partners, dear representative of the civil society, dear friends. 2 years ago in Porto, and I have to underline that this is the merit of Prime Minister Costa, this is the merit of the Portuguese presidency and the Portuguese government. We put social rights more firmly on the European map. Heads of state, EU institutions, social partners, and civil society all spoke with one voice about the importance of creating an inclusive, fair Europe that is full of opportunities for everybody. We signed the Porto Social Commitment, which is a blueprint for implementing the Pillar of Social Rights Action Plan. We committed to our citizens to improve their living and working conditions. And we endorsed the EU 2030 social targets for employment levels, lifelong learning, and reducing poverty. As we often say, Porto was a game changer. But what do we mean when we talk about an inclusive Europe? We mean a society where people have equal opportunities, regardless of their background. We mean quality jobs that offer decent pay and work-life balance. We mean gender equality, which means same rights, same opportunities, same wage for women. It is time to implement the provision which is already in the Treaty of Rome, 1957. We mean an economy that places a high value on investing in people. We mean workplaces that are accessible, safe, and that protect their workers' physical and mental health. We mean reaching those who are often most excluded, like people experiencing homelessness or young people not in employment, education, or training. But we mean also social protection and labor rights for platform workers and all those who are working in new business models. We know that bringing the European Pillar of Social Rights to life is a huge team effort. So what have the EU institutions, member states, social partners, and civil society organizations done in the past 2 years to deliver the Porto social commitment? Member states have presented national social targets to meet by 2030 in employment, training, and poverty reduction, to contribute to the EU 2030 targets. We have agreed new rules to ensure workers are paid adequate minimum wages in the EU, involving more collective bargaining. We have adopted the proposal on improving the working conditions for people working through digital labor platforms so that they get the social protection and labor rights they deserve. And it is time now for the Council to agree on a general approach. We have put in place new rules on pay transparency, an important step towards closing the gender pay gap. We have presented a social economy action plan with 63 actions to enable social economy entities to thrive and grow. We have provided guidance on how to strengthen social dialogue in Europe in collaboration with social partners. We have put forward a communication on an asbestos-free future, including updating the directive on exposure limits to asbestos at work. Member states have agreed recommendations on how to set up individual learning accounts and micro-credentials as a way to help people achieve their training goals in conformity with Principle 1 of the social pillar. Close to 1,500 organizations have joined the Pact for Skills, pledging to help retrain more than 10 million people over the coming years. Member states have begun to bring to life the European Child Guarantee, supporting families with children in need so they get the same opportunities as everyone else. We have set out ways to ensure long-term care in Europe is affordable, accessible, and offers a good career prospect. The COVID crisis has shown how essential care workers and nurses are. It is time to guarantee them better working conditions. We have had several exchanges via the platform on combating homelessness, sharing best practice and potential solutions. And we have agreed on ways to make sure our social safety nets, minimum income, are sufficiently robust and help people to find their way back to the labor market. I will stop the list here, but I finally want to insist on the initiatives to make the transitions fair and just. The creation of the Social Climate Fund is an important tool to achieve this goal. We should be proud of what we have set in motion. We have kept to our word, implementing the Pillar of Social Rights piece by piece, principle by principle. But needless to say, we cannot rest on our laurels or be complacent. There is still a lot more to accomplish to bring the principles of social pillar to life, and we count on everyone to play their part. And all the while, the economy and labor market keep transforming, and the world around us changes every day. If the transitions in our economies and societies are not fair and inclusive, if they do not bring everyone along, then we risk deepening inequalities and giving space to populism. It is my conviction that the EU's path to become more competitive and resilient will only be truly successful if we acknowledge that its economic, industrial, labor, and social components are mutually reinforcing. The speed and success of the transformations of our economy will depend on our ability to adapt the skill set of the workforce and provide good working conditions. And I'm particularly pleased to have social partners and civil society represented once again here in Porto. Skills shortages have become a major challenge in many member states. 3/4 of companies in the EU report difficulties in finding workers with the requisite skills, with SMEs particularly affected. We must ensure European businesses have the talent they need to thrive and grow. This is an economic question as much as a social one. The European Year of Skills is therefore the perfect occasion to accelerate the much-needed skills revolution. With more than 8 million needs in Europe, young people neither in employment, education or training, this is particularly urgent. We need their talent, their creativity, and their productivity on the labor market. We have to adapt training systems to their needs and place an emphasis on vocational education and training. I've visited some fantastic training centers over the past 3 years across the EU and seen the great work being done to provide education and skills to people who are often forgotten because they dropped out of school early or they come from an excluded group, like the École de la Deuxième Chance in France, Youth Reach in Ireland, the Upskilling Initiative in Lisbon, and the Tomillo Foundation in Madrid. We should take inspiration from these projects and scale them up across Europe. Education does not stop at the school gates. We will use the Year of Skills to promote a mindset where continual training is the norm for everybody. We have set a target of 60% of adults in the EU taking regular training by 2030. Ambitious, yes, but very much needed. It's time to get serious now about skills. More than 75% of companies report difficulties in finding workers with the skills they need. 4 out of 10 adults lack basic digital skills, despite them being a prerequisite for most jobs. And only 1/3 of adults undertake training regularly. Labor shortages doubled between 2015 and 2021 in key sectors and jobs for the green transition. Therefore, we need to invest heavily in the skills needed in these sectors. For example, around 800,000 workers will have to be trained or reskilled in the battery sector by 2025. By 2030, the solar energy sector alone could account for 1 million jobs in the EU. But as President von der Leyen said when presenting the Green Deal Industrial Plan earlier this year, the best technology is only as good as the skilled workers who can install and operate it. To help member states implement these much-needed skills programs, 65 billion EU funding has been earmarked from the European Social Fund Plus and the Recovery and Resilience Facility. By the way, just 10 minutes from where we are gathered today in Porto, you'll find a skills program supported by the ESF, the Center for Development of Digital Skills, which targets unemployed people in particular. There is no single right way to undertake training. You can be 21 or 61, it can be a 2-week course or a 2-year program. The important thing is to be motivated, see what offers are available, and take the leap. But Europe's labor shortages will not be fixed through smart skills policies alone. Too many workers in the EU still do not enjoy decent working conditions. They struggle with low wages, lack of job security, and few opportunities for advancement. Ensuring decent working conditions means investing in safe workplaces, reducing precarious work contracts, enforcing labor rights, and guaranteeing equal opportunities. We must also, as the Prime Minister has said, improve work-life balance. All of these objectives help us to preserve our social market economy, which is a beacon of hope to many. The European Pillar of Social Rights sets out the principles that we have deemed essential for fair and well-functioning labor markets and social protection systems. It helps affirm the EU's role as a responsible global leader. The EU promotes decent work and social inclusion worldwide by cooperating with partner countries, in particular within the International Labour Organization, based on the principle that without social justice, there will not be lasting peace. The Commission has worked closely with the Western Balkans on developing their youth guarantee, which is modeled on the EU Youth Guarantee. to reach out to needs in the region. And of course, most recently, the EU has opened up its borders and its labor market to people who have been forced to leave their homes and their jobs in Ukraine due to a brutal invasion. I also want to welcome the minister from Ukraine. Your presence shows that you are belonging already to the European family, as well as the minister from Moldova. You are part of Europe. You are sharing our values. You are sharing our social ambitions. More than 1.3 million people who have fled Ukraine are currently working in the EU. And my message to them and all those who came to Europe seeking refuge and a better future: you're welcome for as long as you wish to make Europe your home. At the Porto Social Summit 2 years ago, I said that 2 out of 3 Europeans see a lack of social rights as a serious problem. I hope that they are starting to feel a difference. As policymakers, we will continue to make those policies felt in every home, in every workplace. The pillar of social rights is coming to life, and it should remain our steer in years to come, as it has proven its relevance to the best past difficult years. I would again like to thank Prime Minister Costa for allowing us the time to discuss these important topics over these 2 days. And I think we will meet again in 2 years' time to continue and to be proud of what then will be achieved. I also want to thank the Swedish presidency and all future presidencies, the Spanish one, the Belgian one, to come for ensuring that they place the pillar at the heart of their agendas. The future has to be social. Thank you.
Thank you, European Commissioner Schmidt. We hear now from the Vice President of the European Parliament, Pedro Silva Pereira.
Senhor Primeiro-Ministro,
Mr. Prime Minister, dear Minister of Labor, Solidarity and Social Security, dear Commissioner, dear colleagues from the European Parliament, dear Presidents of the Committee of Regions and the Social Affairs, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First, for this opening session, I would like to say that the European Parliament is quite excited, but also committed politically to this Porto Social Forum 2023, following the social summit from 2 years ago during the Portuguese presidency of the Council of the EU. Within the diversity of its political sensitivities, the European Parliament has had a voice in favor of a social agenda for Europe and has been present in all great moments of the statement of a true European pillar of social rights in the European framework. It happened in Gothenburg, 2017, when for the first time the European Pillar of Social Rights and its principles was proclaimed. Also in 2021 in Porto Social Summit. And that's the way it has worked in each and every step of the way, made of different resolutions, legislative initiatives, policies, for a fair Europe framed by an important action plan of the EU demanded by the European Parliament and then supported by it. It was elected directly by European citizens. The European Parliament represents the expectations and wishes of citizens. So, it was the citizens themselves who asked for a stronger Europe recently at the conference on the future of Europe began during the Portuguese presidency. A stronger Europe to face with a sense of solidarity global challenges that we all face, but a stronger Europe also, so that with the same spirit of solidarity we can fight inequalities, we can fight discrimination, fighting poverty, and Europe able to strengthen skills and labor rights in the labor market, and then accelerate the transformation towards a Europe with more cohesion and social justice. A stronger social Europe is not an Europe that can have resounding declarations. It is in Europe able to get social commitment that are specific, mobilizing serious political wills and financial resources. At a time where the adversaries of the European projects are selling illusions with their magical solutions, when they agitate their arguments to explore all the kinds of insecurities and feelings of discontent, it is our duty to face the scandal of inequalities that worsens with the globalization of tax injustice and the weakening of public services and the social state. Without strengthening the fight to inequalities, discrimination, and poverty, without strengthening the social rights within the European social model, the EU will be behind the legitimate expectations of the citizens and will become an easy target for its adversaries. Ladies and gentlemen, the social summit that happened 2 years ago had the merit of aggregating for the first time all European institutions and the main social partners in the European Commitment of Porto, also accepted by the members, the so-called Porto Declaration, with a true roadmap of commitments for the effective implementation of the European Pillar of Social Rights. It also had the merit of increasing the social dimension to energy or green transition, stating the ambition of a truly fair transition within the action plan of the Commission to define social goals that were ambitious for 2030. 78% of the population between 20 and 64 are employed, 60% of adults with access to vocational training, minus 15 million people in risk of poverty, 5 million of which are children. All of this is of the uttermost importance. But that's not why we are here today in Porto, to celebrate. We are here to restate a commitment, a goal, to check what we've done and have a serious talk about what needs to be done. The goals only make sense under a culture of assessing results, of permanently monitoring the progress that has been reached, including via the control tools within the scope of the European semester that is now open to the SDGs and to the assessment of social indicators. So, if the commitments are accepted by all, its implementation must also be a goal for all. And for all, European institutions, governments, social partners, Committee of the Regions, Social and Economic Committee, all of them should be brought into the debate for the new challenges of the social reality and the new ambitions that must be defined looking into the future. That's why the EP greets the initiative of the Portuguese government of putting together the Porto Social Forum, doing it every 2 years, starting now, and summoning all institutions to get involved in this joint effort. A social agenda that's stronger. It's a path for a fairer Europe, up to the expectations of citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President of the European Parliament, Silva Pereira. Now it's time to hear from the President of the European Economic and Social Committee, Oliver Rupke.
Thank you very much. Dear Prime Minister Costa, dear Antonio, dear Commissioner Schmidt, dear Nicolas, dear Vice President Pereira, honorable members of the European Parliament, ministers, and guests and friends. It is an honor and a great pleasure for me to join you here today as the newly elected President of the European Economic and Social Committee. I'm quite humbled, but very proud that I can represent the voice of the European organized civil society at this forum here in Porto. Firstly, because it shows that there is a joint commitment between decision makers and civil society to work together for a more social future for European citizens. Secondly, because moving forward, the EU's social agenda, where people are at the center of any decision, is also one of my political priorities. So for that, I would especially thank Prime Minister Antonio Costa for the opportunity to be here, but also I think it's mostly thanks to you that we have kept the momentum alive for the implementation of the European Pillar of Social Rights, with the Porto commitment and today with the continuation here at this social forum. And I would like wholeheartedly thank you for this, Antonio Costa. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been 2 years since the EU leaders, social partners and civil society met here in Porto for the Social Summit. We agreed on ambitious targets and committed to building a Europe that works for all. Today we meet here again to ensure that we are on track to achieve those targets and that we are actually making a difference in the daily lives of EU citizens. Looking back at where we were at 2021 and where we are today, I would agree with the previous speakers that we can say we are going in the right direction. But the job is far from done. There's still a lot of work ahead of us, and therefore this Porto Social Forum comes so timely, and I think the slogan of the last Porto Social Summit, "Let's deliver," is still valid. We have to deliver on the agenda, on the social agenda, and on the implementation of the European Pillar of Social Rights. But there are also new variables in the mix, which were not there 2 years ago when we met last time, and which cannot put our project on hold. Europe recovering from the pandemic, the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine, the increase in the cost of living, high energy prices and inflation. All this had a major impact, not only on those that are the most vulnerable, but to people, to citizens, to workers and to business at a very large extent. Our first priority should therefore focus on how to protect citizens in this new reality and how to ensure a strong social net, strong social dialogue, strong collective bargaining, decent wages, but also more social investments, including strengthening of the social economy. The second priority is how to better prepare Europeans for the changes brought by this new reality. Very rightly, on the agenda of today's meeting is the development of people's skills, especially in the context of the green and digital transitions. That being said, something where we need to put our heads together is how to identify the right needs and develop the right skills for today's and tomorrow's workplaces. We need to get it right because people's lives and their futures depends on it. Whether they can stay out of poverty, have quality jobs and fight social exclusion. Let me add that this challenge cannot be done without the social partners and without involvement of civil society organizations. At the ESC, we believe that quality and inclusive training should not be a privilege for the few, but a right for all. A skills guarantee to offer the right to access quality and inclusive training for all. Let's not forget, in this respect, that especially low-skilled workers have the lowest participation in training. This has to be tackled immediately. We, the civil society and also the social partners, have the right tools for dialogue to support decision makers and to promote the exchange of best practices. All this is part of our European social model, which draws attention also beyond our borders. In particular, it was mentioned, in EU candidate countries. It is an important geopolitical lever and we should use it. And this social forum should also send a signal that our European standards, also our social standards, should be a geopolitical lever, especially for our neighboring countries. And in this context, allow me to turn to EU's neighborhood, which is also one of my key political priorities. Our focus here is, of course, on the civil society, because healthy and vibrant civil society is a reflection of the state of democracy in a country. This is why we advocate for well-functioning social and civil dialogue at national level as a key criterion for EU membership. We also intend in our committee to involve candidate countries in the daily work of our committee. And this should be a concrete step to be proactive and to anticipate the way of the neighboring countries, of the candidate countries towards EU membership. Building bridges with the civil society in these countries is not about altruism. It is about our credibility. We can and we should share our experience, but we can learn too. It is not a one-way street. And ladies and gentlemen, to be very clear, I think we cannot afford as European Union to grant candidate status to countries and then leaving them alone in the waiting room. We have to care about them, and I think it's also our responsibility as ESC to support civil society organizations in the candidate countries to build up robust structures and to prepare them in the best way for future enlargement. And also, not only, but also towards the standards of the single market, but also towards the standard of the European Pillar of Social Rights, which should be the benchmark for all countries, also for accession countries. As I said, I've taken a firm stand in involving civil society and social partners of neighboring countries already now in the daily advisory work of our committee. And I was in touch with a lot of stakeholders, civil society representatives in Moldova, in Ukraine, but also in the Western Balkans. And I can just say they are enthusiastic, they are passionate to be involved, to get involved and to work already with us. So we want to go this way to involve them already now in our daily political work, because they are not only partners or guests, they are part of our European family because you share the same values that we share. I'm glad to see that also representatives of the neighboring countries are present today, and I believe that this should become a systematic habit in our discussions. And also I have to mention that I'm really delighted to see Minister Solnovic here and also your colleague from Moldova and many others. I think this should be a good habit for the future. Ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, social rights are the backbone of the EU's construction. We are ready to stand next to EU institutions and member states to nurture them. We at the European Economic and Social Committee have continuously supported the proclamation and subsequently the implementation of the European Pillar of Social Rights from day one. And I can assure you that we will keep the spirit of the Porto commitment alive. You can count on our support. I thank you for your attention. I look forward to the discussions at this forum that will, I'm sure, put people's well-being and rights at the center of our policies. Thank you very much and all success for this Porto Social Forum.
Thank you, President Rupp. We now ask the Portuguese Minister of Labour, Solidarity and Social Security, Ana Mendes Godinho, to take the floor.
Well, good morning to all of you. First of all, we are back. We are back in Porto. Dear Prime Minister, thanks for the inspiration. Thanks for the permanent engine that you put and the pressure you put on us to deliver. That's what we are doing. We are delivering the promises and also the expectations of people, thanks to you, and I have to thank you for this. Of course, dear Vice President of the Parliament, dear friends, dear Oliver, and then I could say all the words of the friends and the friendship we've been building together. Dear Commissioner Nicolas Schmit, and I have to ask for an applause for the man who has been leading us, guaranteeing that this happens. Well, dear Director General of ILO, welcome to this European space of social dialogue and of social building. Dear ministers, of course, all of us that have been working so hard, I would say, in the last years. Dear social partners, thanks for being here. I have also to say a special word, of course, to the Minister of Ukraine, Oksana, and to the Minister from Moldova, because this is the first time you're participating in a European debate, exactly because we want to build together. And this is the message we're spreading to you. We want to build together and to help you to be part of this family, building upon a social model. That's why your presence here is so important. Of course, to all of you, and civil society, to all of those who have been part of this, putting in place the action plan. Here we are, 2 years after the Porto Social Summit. Well, Porto Social Summit, I think it was for all of us a reboot for Europe and for all of us. It was a moment that we just saw the images that happened in the middle of the pandemic. We were all joined and we sat together to overcome and to join strengths to give common answers to people at a very crucial time. And we all showed 2 years ago that together we could make it different and we could make it in a better way for people. Protecting millions of jobs, we already forgot it, but we did it. We protected millions of jobs. We created concrete answers to people's needs during very critical times. And 2 years from Porto, I have what I called lessons learned. We learned in these 2 years in a very under stress way, I would say, but also through a joint commitment. Well, we learned first that we need always to be prepared to cope with crises and emergencies because they will not disappear. They are here to stay. And at the same time, we must guarantee that crises and emergencies do not stop us from doing what we need to do to guarantee that we need to invest and transform what needs to be transformed and accelerate the actions that guarantee our citizens that they have the conditions to be free in Europe. And you can only be free if you have a welfare that creates the conditions to give you freedom. And Europe must be a space of freedom against extremism, against populism, and this is based in a welfare state that must fulfill people's expectations in the new context. We have a new context, a context of climate changes, a context of twin transitions, a context where we have demographic challenges, we have older people, we have to have different answers. And this is why we need to have a welfare state that does change at the rhythm of the people's expectations and the people's needs. So we have also to reboot some things in our welfare states. And second lesson learned, we did it. We did it together. We delivered what we assumed 2 years ago with concrete actions that Nicholas just said, and Nicholas was the lead torch, the power engine to make it do it. We delivered with RRF, with SURE, with European Child Guarantee, with adequate minimum wages directive, with pay transparency directive, with the social economy action plan. We delivered with concrete results. But third lesson learned, the pandemic showed us in a very cruel way, in a very direct way, that we do have fragilities. We do have fragilities that we still face at European level, of course, and in all of our countries. And that we need to accelerate and to step up for new answers to fulfill new needs and all needs. We have to have new answers to fulfill the expectations, what living in Europe means. And living in Europe must mean that we must fight for a space of freedom, a space of talent based in innovation, in diversity, in opening doors to those who want to share the same model, and a space of fair deals, a space of decent working conditions, a space where we depend on each other and on the values of the European Pillar of Social Rights. Today, in Porto, we must deliver again. We must renew our commitment to make the pillar and the action plan and the goals, we must make them real. We must make them stronger. We must make them felt by people. And this is the main challenge we are facing. We must make our mission and our actions felt by people we serve. How? We must guarantee that the child guarantee does cut cycles of poverty. We cannot accept that we have 20% of children in Europe that are at risk of poverty. That means that we are all failing. That's why the child guarantee is crucial to guarantee that it's in place to cut decades of cycles of poverty. But we also must commit with social dialogue to guarantee that we do value young people at work. Young people should not be precarious just because they are young people. Young people should not have traineeships without being paid just because they are young people. This is what we have to answer young people so that they trust and they believe in what we are doing. We have to free women to the labor market. We have to guarantee that we have equal rights at the labor market, and for that we must have equal parental leaves. We must have shared responsibilities between women and men dealing with the children. We must guarantee that older people do have different answers. We have an aging population, and for that, for example, our critical investment in social new answers to the aging population is really critical in this Europe that was built by these older people and are expecting that the Europe that they built delivers always for them. In these critical times, it was always, and if we look at history, it was always the social dimension that saved Europe through achievements, concrete achievements, and through solidarity. And we can remember in these months where we celebrate the 3 years of Schuman Declaration, we can remember some of the words. Europe will not be made all at once or according to one single plan. It will be built through concrete achievements which first create a de facto solidarity. The times are a-changing. We must heed the call. We cannot stay at the doorway. We are here in Oxygen to bring to you all the oxygen that we need, because Porto is the oxygen we need to have courage to deliver, and of course, always keeping our spirit of Porto alive. Thank you.
Well, good morning, everyone. Once again, welcome to Porto Social Forum 2023. For the next 2 hours, an hour and a half, we will try to understand how skills can be a driver for the twin transitions, the digital and the green one. To this discussion, I'm inviting distinguished speakers with specific knowledge and, I must say, special responsibilities. So, Vasco Cordeiro, President of European Committee of Regions, please join me on the stage. Good morning. Drago Spislaro, Chair of the Committee on Employment and Social Affairs, please. Karin van Hennep, Minister of Social Affairs and Employment from Netherlands. Morning, thank you. Olivier Dussault, Minister of Labour, Employment and Economic Inclusion from France. Morning, thank you. Thank you. Maxime Cerruti, Social Affairs Director from Business Europe. Welcome. And Veronique Williams, Secretary General of SME United. Good morning, thank you. Unfortunately, Commissioner Elisa Ferreira is not able to join us physically, but of course her inputs on the discussion are very, very important, so she sent us a video that we are going to see right now.
Dear friends, welcome to my hometown, the beautiful city of Porto. Unfortunately, prior commitments prevent me from being with you in person. But I'm grateful for the opportunity to address you from here, from Brussels. Europe has many transformational goals. Becoming the world's first carbon-neutral continent, energy security and strategic autonomy, making a success of the digital transition. But none of these ambitions will ever happen without fairness and social inclusion. This is a moral imperative, because as Europeans, we do not leave people behind, and we do not leave places behind either. But it is also a political imperative, because in democracy, decisions are taken with, by, and for the people. We know too well that forgotten people and forgotten places have ways of reminding us that they exist and that their support is crucial. So I warmly welcome this Porto Social Forum, and I congratulate the Portuguese authorities for their unwavering commitment to the European social agenda. And I warmly welcome your goal to take stock of progress achieved since the landmark Porto Social Summit. I'd like to offer 2 reflections for your stock taking. First, that social inclusion has a very strong territorial dimension. Job opportunities and skills opportunities depend very much on where you live. In this European Year of Skills, at the European Commission, we deliberately decided to make our first communication of the year on harnessing talent in Europe's regions, because nearly 30% of Europeans live in a region which is stuck in a talent development trap. These regions are defined by low opportunities, brain drain, especially brain drain of young people. Therefore, we must make skills and job opportunities available to all Europeans wherever they happen to live. This is what European cohesion policy is promoting, offering all Europeans the possibility to acquire the skills they need to take on new opportunities of green digital jobs and making them available across Europe. In particular, the new European Union cohesion programs plan to invest more than 28 billion euros in education, training and skills in the places that need them most. My second point for your reflection is the need for continuous reforms. Investment alone is not enough. We must adapt systems to our fast-changing world. Demographic trends and labor market needs require a constant adaptation of income and employment support schemes, education and vocational training or child welfare. And the technical support instrument has been helping many public authorities in preparing and rolling out the reforms that are needed. Take the example of the European Child Guarantee. Since opportunities are often set at a very early age, we introduced a flagship project under the technical support instrument on the implementation of the European Child Guarantee to streamline processes, benefit from better data collection and sharing of best practices. We are working with 10 member states to build capacity and test pilot solutions at the local level. We also have a wide range of other projects to support the skills provision of member states, from inclusion in education to vocational training to the skills of public service providers. Well, lots of initiatives. These many projects were at the heart of the discussions of the Conference on Skills Development hosted by myself and my dear colleague, Commissioner Nicolas Schmid, 2 days ago here in Porto. It should be noted that public administrations find themselves under a lot of pressure to pursue these objectives, carry out their tasks, while at the same time, we ask them to reform and reskill internally. This is why the technical support instrument is also tackling this very crucial issue of upskilling civil servants through dedicated flagship initiatives, including the Public Administration Cooperation and Exchange. We called it the PACE program. In 2023, 18 member states will benefit from 70 exchanges of more than 300 civil servants. Going forward, we must continue our concerted effort. In 2024, technical support will remain available to all member states to support skills reforms in a broad manner. The workforce, civil servants, and young generation. I will conclude with a reminder of the geopolitical dimension of our discussions, that many of these trends are global, and how we face them here in Europe, and how we square them with our European social model could serve as an example, not just across Europe, but even across the whole world. Indeed, the discussions around artificial intelligence and big data and the platform economy are a reminder that the quality of life of our grandchildren will depend on our ability to navigate these changes and other changes of the future in a way which, in practice, leaves no person behind and no place feeling forgotten. So there is a lot at stake. I wish you fruitful discussions, and I urge you to include in these discussions also the regional dimension, the spatial dimension, because geography matters when we are talking about skills and the need for continuous systematic reform. Ultimately, our commitment to a people-based agenda requires a place-based approach and the drive and capacity to deliver on the needed reforms. I thank you once again for your attention. Muito obrigada, and good work for all of you. Thank you.
Well, I would also like to greet to the audience. We will be invited to join the discussion throughout this event. We all agree that skills are crucial to increasing productivity, fostering innovation, delivering higher wages. Yet more than 70% of businesses report a lack of staff with adequate digital skills as an obstacle for investment. 90% of the jobs in the near future will require digital skills. Only 46% of people in the EU can actually perform basic digital tasks. And this gives the dimension of the problem and of the challenges. Given the complexity of the problem, there's no doubt that it requires a comprehensive commitment that involve governments, companies, workers, social partners, and civil society representatives. That's why this panel is so qualified. Vasco Cordeiro, President of European Committee of the Regions, we've heard Commissioner Elisa Ferreira just now stating that geography matters and urging to include in this discussion also regional and spatial dimension. Which regions or sectors are experiencing the great difficulties?
I will speak in Portuguese. Em primeiro lugar, cara Sandra Sousa, muito obrigado.
Dear Sandra Sousa, thank you. A special greeting, not just to the colleagues, but to the dear ministers that we have here with us, secretaries of state, the vice president of the European Parliament. A special greeting to all the representatives of different institutions sharing this forum. If you'll allow me, let me highlight how important it is to hold this forum. First, this was not just a priority of the occasion, no. And also the commitment of carrying these meetings periodically, ascertaining results, is something that is clearly positive. I believe that from all angles that you can take, there is one which is specifically important, that goes beyond the global geostrategic analysis, that goes beyond the analysis in terms of the regions and municipalities, has to do with people. This kind of concerns, fulfilling the social forum of Porto, the European pillar of social rights, the action plan, do more for Europe than any campaign that we could start, because that's the way that people feel Europe happening in their daily lives, in a region, in a city, following specific actions of European, national, regional, local governments, with the opportunity to adapting into a new reality, a new economic context, the opportunity to enjoy conditions that allow us to be properly qualified, to have a view of employment that is stable, safer. We are then recognizing the usefulness of the European project. Second, answering your specific question, there are fields where both transitions, green and digital, also the European Year of Skills, are very different for all regions, but they all end up benefiting from this attention. Why? Well, specifically because they end up not just those who have industries or economies that are directly affected and connected to those situations. They end up seeing the concerns, in the mechanisms that all this context entails, a way of overcoming those challenges successfully. Do you think that programs are complying with the needs of different regions? Because asymmetries are not the same, right? I don't think that this has to do with these specific measures or programs. It has to do with a cross-sectional need to the action of the EU of strengthening the attention that we need to give to the local and regional dimension. In many of those areas, the intervention of local and regional authorities is a condition of effectiveness of those policies. There are areas that within a green climate transition has to do with own skills, transportation, management of waste, obligations into new construction. It has to do with the action of regional and local authorities throughout Europe.
Por exemplo, da transição climática, como acontece também.
It happens in many areas, but highlighting these two situations and also the digital side of it, there is clearly a need of taking into account not just like the Commissioner Elisa Freire was saying, the impact, the needs in the regional view, but also of taking into account the action of local and regional authorities as a condition of those priorities, because they have to do their own skills of their own authorities. Thank you.
Member of the European Parliament, Chair of the Committee on Employment and Social Affairs. The Pact for Skills is one of the flagship actions of the European Skills Agenda. My question is, what has been done and what member states should do in order to catch up, to adapt to the twin transition?
Thank you very much. It's indeed an honor to be here. And everything about skills and the European Year of Skills was something that we in the European Parliament have actually thought very much to see it achieved. And we are here together with our Vice President and many members of the delegation to be here in Porto and say that we really care about this the social Europe. And skills are right now a key factor. Now, I will just go very briefly on why, and then, of course, what we want to achieve and how we want to achieve. Very briefly. On why, you've already provided the data. We are right now having a major economic problem in terms of delivering on the ambitions that we want, on the twin transition, green and digital. And again, if we don't have people that have digital skills, how can you aim of fulfilling the digital transition? On the other hand, if 3 out of 4 businesses do not find people right now to pursue with the strategic autonomy or anything else, how do we want to go forward? But I mean, it is clear for everyone that skills are related to productivity, and we have been in the Industrial Revolution and seen the rise of engineer and STEM at that time. What has changed? I mean, what's changed is that right now we have actually grand challenges with the demographic and all these major reforms that are key for Europe to be, realizing its ambition. So it's really the momentum for a skills revolution, I would say. So that's the why part. Now, what we want to achieve, because that's very important. I mean, usually a thematic year, it's about awareness rising. I mean, skills are important. I mean, we have conferences and events, and we talk about it, and we talk about achievements and what we've done in the past. But this time, it's actually completely different. And that's actually one of my main points. Because right now, apart from delivering on the specific skills, delivering trainings in the field of green skills, whatever that means, and then digital and so on. And of course, addressing the skills shortage, so the market issue. But what is important right now is to realize the fundamental social aspects related to skills. Skills are about jobs, better paid jobs. That means families that can take care of their children. And then it's about not leaving people behind. So this is not just about the economic and productivity of it. It's about opportunities that we allow and give to people to be part of this transformation. So on one hand, we cannot achieve the transformation without investing in skills. On the other hand, which is even more important, if we are not going to generate, and this is the key thing, a culture of skill development, we will not have a society reflected by the European Pillar of Social Rights. But, I mean, we don't have a prosperous society now. Now, how do you do that? There is a very important bet. I mean, Thursday we were talking, and it was a very nice intervention. Why do we send people to school? And it was a very nice debate on what we are expecting from that. But I think that we really need to create and win the case that training, education, upskilling, and reskilling leads to a better life at this individual level. So you need to convince someone in our society, everyone in our society, that going to a training course, it's actually paying off something in the society. Then same thing goes to business, and same thing goes to societies at large. So we have right now a situation where not a lot of people are convinced that going to a training is helping them in their everyday life. It's going to have an impact. And this is actually the most important thing that we need to realize this year. A culture of skill development that people need to understand that by following training, they will have a better life. And now how? And this is actually the last point. First of all, of course, this is about budgets and financing and to put our money where our mouth is. So that's actually a very important thing. And we do have right now an array of instruments at EU level, RRF, InvestEU, ESF+. We have also the concept of investments and reform, and we have heard Commissioner Ferreira talking about the technical support instruments and the fact that we need to help and provide the incentives and the motivation at member states level. But what is really crucial and has already been addressed partly before, it's about the partnership and the coordination that we need to do. The revolution in terms of skills cannot be delivered at national level. I mean, you can have brilliant public employment services, but they will not be able to deliver themselves the skills revolution. You may have brilliant municipalities, but they can't do things if you don't have a policy that can provide the right infrastructure on that. You may try to be, having the just local authorities and public authorities go to things together, but then social partners and civil society organizations with their best practices and so on are key so that you don't reinvent the wheel all the time. So we have all these solutions there just for us to grab them and to put them forward in this kind of a wide partnership that is required. And then again, a key factor for the how element is that skills are localized. It's exactly what Commissioner said, what the President mentioned before. You need this kind of coordination, both vertically and then a wider partnership side. Not to mention the fact that you need to get out of the policy silos. ministers of labor, need to talk to ministers of education, need to talk to ministers of finance, and so on and so forth. So that's actually a crucial thing that everyone that has been in those shoes, knows exactly what I'm talking about. Last but not least, if we talk about skills and we would like to put some effort into delivering it, Pact for Skills, the European Year of Skills and so on, the key thing is that we need to work on a concept of investing in skills. Investing in skills is not an abstract concept. It's about investing in educators, investing in the educational system, investing in trainers, investing in businesses that can provide that effort. So I would argue that, and this is very fruitful for our discussion right now at the Porto Social Forum, is that we need to change and recalibrate the way we talk about social investment. I would say that the Year of Skills should be a flagship moment to redesign what we understand by social investment. We have been told that investment is just brick and mortar. RRF has not necessarily been successful at that, though the parliament insisted a lot that social investment is actually something more important. And if we will be able this year, in the wider talk of economic governance, in the wider talk related to skills and the fact that we need a strong social Europe, to discuss about the concept of investing in the social Europe. Social investment with returns, with a case for productivity and returns and gains for the budget, but at the same time with the pillar of the European pillar of social right as a flagship. This is actually the future that we need to do. So indeed, if we are to talk about a pact for skills, this is a societal pact. It's not just line ministers or actors scattered in the society. So I'm really glad that we have the chance to talk about it right now, and it is about commitment and assuming responsibility that we can work together on that. And the European Parliament will be indeed an ally in this particular process. Thank you.
Thank you. Now over to Karin van Gennep, Minister of Social Affairs and Employment from Netherlands. Thank you for being with us. One of the consequences of the labor market changes is the rising inequality. My question is how serious the problem is, particularly in Netherlands, and what policy measures can be taken to address the skill gap?
Thank you very much for this important question. Also, thank you very much to our Portuguese hosts and to the European Commission for not just keeping the topic alive, but really being the engine behind all the discussions. May 9, that was the start of the European Year of Skills, also Europe Day. So that's a very nice, I'm not sure it was a coincidence, but a very nice combination. No, very nice combination. I'm very pleased that we are discussing this topic today here at Porto. When the Porto summit was held 2 years ago, we were still in the midst of the COVID pandemic. We were not sure how we were going to come out of it, but we knew we had to get better. We had to build a better Europe, a more cohesive Europe, a more competitive Europe, a more social Europe. And early last year, we had the Russian invasion into the Ukraine. And once again, we were faced with enormous challenges, what that would mean to Europe. And our Ukraine colleague is probably in a series of bilateral meetings now. But her being here is very important. Because the Ukrainians are now fighting for their lives, but they're also fighting for our European values. They're fighting for our European idea to build a cohesive and social Europe. To build a Europe in which we actually give people perspective. A Europe in which we do things together, try to achieve things together, and actually as a basis to have a real social Europe, a competitive Europe, and a cohesive Europe. So she's gone now, but thanks for the minister for being here, because it's a long way from Ukraine, I think. At that summit 2 years ago, I wasn't there, but Anna was, of course, we reconfirmed our commitment to the European Pillar of Social Rights as a compass for upward social and economic convergence, especially in the light of the green and digital transition. And a precondition for the green and digital transition has to be, if we want it to be fair and successful, is that everyone has equal opportunities and that no one is left behind. And that means we have to continue to invest in skills. Skills are essential for people themselves, but also for a dynamic, prosperous, sustainable society and for a functioning labor market. And to live up to that full potential of each and every individual and to live up to the full potential of our societies, we need to make sure that we continue to invest in skills. And at the informal EPSCO last May, we discussed the mismatch between skills and jobs and how this affects the green and digital transition. And we know in Europe today, 4 out of 10 adults and 1 out of 3 workers lack basic digital skills. 1 out of 3, 4 out of 10. That's enormous. So to successfully realize the digital and the green transition, we need to continue, we need to upgrade our investing in skills. We need more employees with vocational training, technically trained people. And that requires action, and that requires cooperation. As already said, we need to cooperate between employers, between employees, between educational institutions, and between all the different governments from municipalities to the European level. And we know our challenges. We know we have an aging population, so we have just fewer people to train. We know that many people who are technically trained leave their profession. I'm an engineer by training. What am I doing here? I left my profession. Many women do, by the way. Mid-career inflow is low in technical jobs, so we need to work at that as well. And what, as a result, for the remaining employees, that shortage of personnel leads to higher workload, less upscaling opportunities, higher cost, and also less innovation through the companies because they're just so busy with their labor shortages. And we're all facing those same challenges. And we all know there are no quick fixes. So we need to set a broad set of actions together, all at the same time. More labor-saving process innovation, cultural change, good employership, more interest at technology at a younger age, more matching and training for people at mid-career, networking, and attractive terms of employment. So we have launched in the Netherlands our action plan for the green and digital jobs last February. And we have 2 ambitions that are the pillars of our action plan. 1, to be for the Netherlands climate neutral by 2050 at the latest. And 2, to remain among the front runners in the European Digital and Economy and Society Index, the DAISY. So our green and digital jobs action plan consists of 4 pillars with very concrete actions. The first pillar of the action plan aims to increase the inflow of students in technical and beta education. That means we have to promote technical education, we have to better prepare students for their education, and we need to offer students the opportunity to explore in different technical fields of work already at a younger age when they make those choices. We also need to address our teacher shortages and our quality of training. That might be very Dutch. Second pillar is about keeping the people who have chosen to be in a technical job in those technical jobs and to promote mid-career inflow. Not easy, because sometimes the culture of the technical sector, but also the image that people have of it, is not always as it should be. And therefore we see an underrepresentation of women and people with a bicultural background in the Netherlands in those technical areas. Third pillar is about innovation and digitization. Not just process innovation, also deep tech innovation, because digitization affects all sectors, is important to increase labor productivity, enables new ways of working, but also think about e-health, it was already mentioned, think about online, distribution center, logistics. There are so many areas, I don't think there's one area that's not affected by digitization. So we need to work together as a government with the business community to accelerate implementation of digital technology. And finally, the 4th and last pillar aims to strengthen our governance. It's now quite fragmented. we need to make sure that we work together, educational institutions, different levels of government, actors in business, informal networks, all together. And I think there is a clear role for governments here. We cannot just leave this to the market, because we've seen now that we have a lack of skills and we have people that are left behind. So this is our Dutch action plan, 4 pillars. It's an enormous challenge ahead of us. The same in all European countries. But let's make sure that we develop all the talents of all our people, leave nobody behind. Let's make sure we prepare ourselves for the futures and build stable societies. Thanks.
Thank you. Let's hear now from Olivier Dussopt, Minister of Labour, Employment and Economic Inclusion in France. As we've seen in France recently, the success of the reforms depends heavily on the motivation of the individuals. And it's clear there is a different impact of new technologies across educational groups. My question is, how can we manage a fair, sustainable and inclusive transition?
Merci beaucoup. Je vais m'exprimer en français, si vous voulez bien. Mesdames et messieurs les ministres, chère Karine, mesdames et messieurs.
Dear MPs, let me greet you all. Let me thank the Portuguese government for having us. France is connected with Prime Minister Antonio Costa for this event every 2 years to check the progress, defining the trajectory. Within the European Pillar of Social Rights, France considers that making 2023 the European Year of Skills is a proper opportunity, a brilliant initiative, and a very pertinent issue for 2 reasons. First, we know that it is a transition that is getting quicker in terms of digital, green, with obligations of an action, and not just expectations and anticipations, but also bringing answers and allowing our countries, our populations to adapt to said transition. The second, beyond that, digital transition is what happened after the pandemic. We know that the majority of companies in Europe are facing difficulties in getting people with the necessary and timely qualifications to develop those activities. The issue of skills is very important, not just to give the economy with the conditions to develop, and we know that in France, 2/3 of the companies face difficulties in finding the right people, and sometimes they refuse the opportunity of development because of lack of human resources. And this year of skills must bring us all the possibility to adapt. There is also a third opportunity. The member states should be connected in 3 different views. First, the goal of dealing with the transition, a responsibility that we need to bring the Europeans the possibility of taking their destination at their own hands. That has to do with the development and the training initiatives that began 4 years ago. Also the vocational training that cost 2.9 billion euros last year, but this allows us to have access to individual training and to anticipate its redesign, creating a new destiny or complementing the training that people already have. This has been inspired by European recommendations. In writing within that community framework, I think that this is something that we must follow. The second thing that we would like to share is the way that we can follow those transitions collectively. The Prime Minister, Antonio Costa, said there's a need to give continuity to the next generation, to make it that skills are at the reach of all. During the COVID crisis, we had an emergency plan after the RRP. To deal with employees who had their jobs interrupted during the crisis. So we kept the RRP going in order to fund collective devices to allow the development of companies. There should be a transition, and let me share an example, the issue of automobiles. The decisions that we make will lead us to 2035 is that there are no more production or sales of combustion engines. We have two main drivers, which is the PSA Group and Renault, with a lot of employees working with thermal engines. We need to keep them to make sure that the cars are maintained. But we should promote a redesign, re-guiding them to deal with hydrogen, with electric engines before their job is threatened. We have a different tool also guided towards preparing the skills of tomorrow's professions. In a competence plan that was launched, France 2030, with funding to invent new training that we will need in the future, trying to understand how we can anticipate this need for training, new techniques, namely AI, but that's not the subject here. One other thing is the training device, whatever its nature. First, we wanted to develop learning, and before it was not valued in France. In more than 60 million inhabitants, we had a small number of people, and now it grew significantly, so we are still fostering that policy for learning. With the President of the Republic, we started the vocational teaching, following a more vocational path, therefore valuing those guidelines. More internships, a more hands-on approach. So we were dividing them by labor areas so that we could make sure that companies who have qualified professionals, sure, but also to young students who have proper training, because many times students were guided towards professions of the past and not the future. Why with the learning? Because we are aware that in the 10 professions with more recruitment that will bring more assets,
de l'apprentissage ou du lycée professionnel, et sur les 15 métiers qui vont...
In those 10, 8 of them depend on graduates and the other part on vocational. That's why we adapt our training tool and our training device. We want individual writer training, sure, the monitoring, transition, the skills of tomorrow, and this change to find ways of coordinating so that all together we can reach the same level of demand and to face transitions. That's what we want to uphold with our national policy, with our partners and European neighbors.
And now Maxime Cerruti, Social Affairs Director of Business Europe. Thank you. How can organizations work together through the partnership to unblock these skill challenges and limitations? And I wonder if there's a lack of guidance in what to learn.
Thank you very much, and particularly to the Portuguese government for being at the initiative of this forum. It's a pleasure to be here. And I think we are at an important time to take stock. So as we did hear from Ana Mendes Godinho about the lessons learned, I will also start with that. What has changed between 2021 and 2023? And I think there is one thing which is changing a lot the way we work on the European level, which is the Recovery and Resilience Facility and the national plans that are deriving from it, and which have created a lot of new resources for investments and reforms. Of course, it comes on top of cohesion policy. It comes on top of the European Social Fund Plus, which was already a financial vehicle. And what does it change? I think the direction of travel now is clear ahead of us. We need to work together between the European institutions, the national governments, employers, and workers on a tripartite level as part of a partnership for reforms. And this is a very good time to do that because we know that there are political costs that may be involved in this, but we also know that there are ways to overcome the difficulties that may arise in discussions for reforms when there are potential investments that are there that can be, of course, with some negotiations at the right levels in order to make the case collectively at the European level and in the member states for these reforms, which are investing in our future. And I also want to say something a bit connected to the second session that will be this afternoon, which is around the leverage. How do we see our social model and what does it mean for the world? We should not teach the world, but we need to better perform. And if we are, of course, we will be an inspiration for the world, because what is at play is our capacity as societies, as businesses, as people, to be at our best in providing the right balance between competitiveness and fairness. And now moving into the discussions that we really are invited to talk about this morning on the skills panel. I think there are 6 key priorities on skills, and I will try to explain them. The first one, I think, is to improve learning content. Of course, it has to do with training systems in the member states. So it cannot be done for the European level. It has to be done country by country. But we need to improve curricula, not only now for digital and green transitions, but for the time of the future as well. Have a process that is a process of cooperation between governments and social partners for regular updating of our curricula so that we have skills at all times that are in line with our changing labor market needs. Second priority, financial incentives. Today, training is paid for by employers 90%. It's a lot. Why do we do that as companies? Because we invest in people. We believe that it has an economic case. We also believe that it is good for the people as social partner organization, being part of a society. And we need to do that in a way that is oriented to our labor market needs. And of course, there are different measures nationally. For us, what is crucial is that when it comes to workers, people who are employed by companies, the space is left to the social partners. We are best placed to deal with workers as social partners. Of course, there are big challenges for people who are inactive and unemployed. And they are much less likely to participate in training activities. And there, of course, government authorities, public employment services with private employment services have a key role to play because we really need to improve the employability of people who are currently inactive and, of course, are receiving passive support, which means that not only they are disengaged, but also they are not bringing their contribution to our economy. Third point, recognition of qualifications. It's a national competence. It is something where we have some tools in place at European level, the European Qualifications Framework, which are useful. We need to build on this in a way that respects national competencies so that we have better possibilities for recognition. Of course, there is a single market approach that exists. We need better common training provisions when it comes to regulated professions, which are already legislated at European level in a directive. But we also need to look into those that are non-regulated professions because they are the most numerous. And there, of course, it's about making sure that access to the professions is facilitated with the right skills, not creating barriers to access. But it's also about having a good way for the internal parts of Europe, which can then be replicated and combined with an approach that is there for external migrants coming to Europe. The fourth priority is apprenticeships. We'll have a conference at the end of June to discuss this together with the Commission and social partners. In that occasion, of course, it will be good to take stock. What we think is that we need a shift. Apprenticeships is not a concept for young people only. Of course, it is crucial for young people, but we need it for adults. This is how we are going to be able to make progress towards 60% as a target for adults' participation in training. Fifth priority, entrepreneurship education. We need to have companies that are operating at their best, and for that we need people that are going to do it. So Véronique probably will comment on that as well, but in order to do that, it also starts from educating people so that there is attractiveness, but also the right skills to be entrepreneurs. Sixth priority is relating to the external dimension. We need, of course, a talent pool that is being prepared by DG Home, but we need to do more than that because we need to go deeper into the national ways of handling these issues. There are two specific mechanisms that are crucial in the member states. One is shortage occupation lists. We need to improve in the coordination at European level the way these tools are done nationally so that they are operational and helping us to target the migrations of people coming from third countries to work in Europe in a better way in line with our labor market needs. But we need also to look into the labor market tests that exist across Europe in different ways. I mean, first, to make sure that they are manageable for the companies and not creating unnecessary red tape, but also to make sure that in the fairness part, we reassure the people working in Europe that external migrations are not there as a threat for them. We need both. We need people who are inactive in our societies to be supported to work, but we also need to have more people coming from third countries because the key figure is the demographic aging means by 2050 that we have 35 million less people in our working age population at European level. We have today a labor market of around 200 million people. That gives you an idea of the challenge ahead of us. So these are the 6 priorities, and I want to go towards my conclusions with 2 things. The first is, on a tripartite level, in this partnership for reforms that I just tried to set out for skills, but of course it can be for other issues as well. A big issue coming up is social protection. But when it comes to the partnership for reforms, in terms of skills, I think it's very important for the Commission to raise its game. And we have already mentioned that. We think we need an action plan to address labor and skill shortages. And this action plan should be done with the social partners, but of course with the national governments as well. So we will start. We have a meeting planned as social partners before the summer to discuss these issues. And we hope we can have one of the first ever, because never used yet, in the Commission communication on social dialogue, there is this new possibility for ad hoc tripartite meetings. And we really call on having such a meeting with the governments and the social partners on labor and skill shortages towards an action plan. Already the 6 priorities I mentioned give an idea of content. But of course we are progressing as well as social partners on a bipartite level. There we have our work program of activities for 22-24. We are negotiating an agreement to be put forward in a directive on telework and right to disconnect. We are currently consulted on European Works Councils by the European Commission, an issue which we think should be taken with caution, but we are also considering that it's better addressed by social partners than the legislators. And we also, of course, have ahead of us an important project on skills matching as social partners. Just recently, in these last days, there was an ETUC Congress where the new leadership has been elected. I want to congratulate Esther Lynch for the appointment as Secretary General of the ETUC, and we'll be looking forward to working with ETUC as social partners in the coming years. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's hear now from Veronique Williams, Secretary General of SME United, the organization that represents the crafts and SMEs in Europe, the small and medium enterprises. In your opinion, what are the barriers that have hindered prior efforts by employers and stakeholders to deliver up and reskilling opportunities?
Well, I would like to start by repeating what has already been said numerous times. I would also like to thank Anna, because I remember that we had a first exchange on this social forum, I think a year ago, where you said skills is important. For me, skills is close to my heart, because that was my first job, working on skills and SMEs. 25 years ago, that was already a harsh topic for small entrepreneurs, or for entrepreneurs, to find skilled staff. I remember dedicating a conference, and at that moment, they already raised the fact that their growth, their development as a small company was hampered because they couldn't find the skilled staff they needed. And with the European Year of Skills, which, by the way, for SME United already started on 1st of January 2022, because we linked it to the European Year of Youth. And we said, okay, our General Assembly said, youth, that's our future workforce. Those are our future entrepreneurs. So we're going to combine youth and skills. And we already started working last year on developing best practices, or gathering best practices on apprenticeship, and also gathering best practices on entrepreneurship education. Maxime already referred to that. For us, it's key, because you need to develop entrepreneurial skills as from kindergarten, and you need to develop those skills to raise future entrepreneurs, and also raise workers and civil servants who have an entrepreneurial spirit and can also live into that situation of entrepreneurs. So we started last year on that perspective. This year we continue our work, on the one hand, on assessing what are the conditions for small companies to invest in training of their staff. And more importantly, because that's something that is often forgotten, the skills development of the entrepreneur. And I will come back to that later on. In this process, our members have defined 6 priorities, and I think we've inspired maybe Business Europe with the 6 points, but they're a bit different though. The first one is good orientation services, and I also thank Minister Van Gennep referring to that. You have to make sure that young people get the right orientation towards future skills, and that we avoid the negative perception that unfortunately still hangs around technical skills, vocational education and training. But throughout our lives, we also need good orientation services for workers, especially now with the big transition. You have to make sure that workers can assess which options are still open for them and which skills they have to develop to potentially go to another job, also for entrepreneurs. So that's the first priority. Second priority has been touched upon already quite often, partnership between education and business. If you want to make sure that people develop skills that are required on the labor market, and of course skills development is broader than only labor market, but nevertheless being active and contributing to society one way or another requires skills that are demanded in society. So it's important that their social partners take up their role as well. Businesses can also indicate what are the required skills for the future. And specifically for entrepreneurs and for small companies, we have to ensure a tailored offer there. Then a third one, which is for me the main thing, is the image of vocational education and training. I already mentioned it in the informal EBSCO a few weeks ago. I'm happy to repeat it here again. Where we see now the biggest lack of skills is in those sectors where vocational education and training is one of the main ways to develop those skills. And I'm very happy that Minister Dussault also referred to the work that in France has been done on apprenticeship. I would like to broaden it to dual education in general. Apprenticeship is one way. And on skills development and on skills investment, our entrepreneurs already for decades have been investing in skills development through apprenticeship, hosting apprentices in small companies. And along with skills, many of our entrepreneurs have also passed on the passion for their profession, which is even more important than only the skill. It's not filling the bucket, it's lighting the flame. So on vocational education and training, we are really advocating now for parity of esteem between academic education and vocational education. And we don't want to speak about higher education anymore. We only discuss tertiary education, which can happen in academic sense or in vocational education and training. A fourth one is skills forecasting, already mentioned. I'm not going to go into depth on that one. Then the investment of up and reskilling, where we request for a reasonable cost and a tailored offer. And I was also happy that Commissioner Ferreira referred to it. We have to make sure that that offer is available everywhere throughout Europe, rural areas as well as metropolitan areas. And there we still see a huge opportunity for investment, a cooperation between governments and entrepreneurs, for instance, providing apprenticeships. And then a last element that you also referred to, Maxime, was the validation and the assessment, recognition of qualifications. So those were our 6 priorities. If we then look at the European Year of Skills and how we can further facilitate up and reskilling, we think it's going to be very important to even better implement the European initiatives that were there. Mr. Pizlaru already mentioned them as well. And to create synergies between European level, national, regional and local level, and between the different actors, European, member states, regional authorities and social partners. It's a very important one. And then with that, we hope to shift the mindset that everybody realizes that skills development is for life and that we have to develop skills all across the board, academic as well as vocational. Thank you.
Now I've been told that there is some questions from the audience. Please let me know. Yes, please. Max Orville is over there. Okay.
Oui, merci. Je vais m'exprimer en français. Tout à l'heure, la commissaire Ferreira.
I will speak French. Thank you very much. A while ago, Commissioner Elisa Ferreira said that we need to consider within the competences, within the skills, we need to consider the geographic aspect also. And the EU, Spain, Portugal, Portugal that is hosting us here, they benefit from outermost regions. So I would like to understand these what is there for regions that have specific challenges in terms of employability and competitiveness? I think that it is critical that these companies can also develop themselves and be part of clusters of excellence that can ensure the qualification of their workers. Now, I'm thinking, for instance, the relevance of professional, of vocational centers of excellence that ensure the match between the vocational training centers and the companies. Do you know about any specific measures that you know for these regions that can favor the emergence of these types of centers or other similar initiatives for outermost regions? Thank you.
Please. Yes, please.
Maybe I can try to get an answer for that. That does not mean I will succeed, but I will try. Well, but first of all, yes, there are. It largely depends on the competencies and the powers that regions have. I come from an outermost region, from the Azores, a Portuguese outermost region. In large measure, it depends on the powers that the regions have. We are fortunate in Portugal because the two outermost regions, we have political and legislative autonomy. So we have the power in a broad band of issues to determine, within, of course, the national framework, but to determine ways to address those challenges. In a large part, and this is also a way to look at the issue, there is also the need to raise awareness among regional and local players of what is at stake here. Because not only about centers of excellence, but also in what relates with the two main, well, the two transitions we're talking about, but mainly about the digital one, the risk of creating new disparities is huge. But seeing from the other side, this is an amazing opportunity, especially in what relates to digital transition, to remove one of the biggest handicaps from outermost region. And we can talk about outermost regions, but also about regions sparsely populated, regions that are far, that are isolated. Because through digital transition, if you do it right, you remove territory from the development equation. You can have people working there as they would work anywhere else. So this is a huge opportunity. But more than a question that having the final word from local and regional authorities, I would like to stress one of the ideas that was already expressed here. You need to coordinate. You need to connect the dots between national, local, regional, and of course, private sector too, because without them you don't go anywhere. But this is a huge opportunity for regions like my own, like outermost regions, to have, let me express this way, to have almost a quantum leap of development, because you have the opportunity to remove from the development equation the impact that being isolated can bring and can create an handicap for that for the development. But let me add also this. This cannot be only a regional responsibility. This must also be to have regions duly involved and duly benefiting from this process must also be a national and European responsibility. You cannot let, because in the end, you have a very severe risk of maintaining, of deepening, or creating new disparities. And the new fact or the new situation here is that I think for the first case, for the first time, it's the implementation of an European policy that can cause the creation of new disparities. So you have to be very careful. And like Commissioner Ferreira mentioned, in these cases, having the regional and local perspective on board is of the utmost importance. It can from my point of view, it surely means the difference between failure and success. And we can't afford failure for regions, for nationals, and also for the European governments. Thank you.
And now we have a question from Mario Nava. So, I know it's in a bit, please. Director General, DG Reform.
Thank you very much. I'm the Director General under Elisa Ferreira and responsible, among other things, for the technical support instruments. It was mentioned by Elisa Ferreira and Dragos Pislaru. 2 days ago, actually, we had this event on skills here in Porto at the Teatro Rivoli. Minister Godinho was there, João Costa was there, Minister Person of the current presidency, and Minister Calvinho, Dragos Pislaru. I think we had a very interesting debate because on the one hand, yes, we look at what we have done, which was good. As we all said, the direction is right. But in particular, we look at what we can still do. And there, I believe there was a general consensus that there are many instruments, but the technical support instruments can truly make the difference. In particular, when it comes to designing and building strategies and action plans for upskilling, reskilling, vocational training, long life learning that was mentioned. So a number of areas where, in order to make the skills revolution, there is help from Europe. In short, I would say the message I want to leave you is that ministers and social partners, business partners, all stakeholders are not alone in front of the targets. I mean, there are instruments that the European Commission puts at their disposal in order to make sure, and I think Dragos Pislaru said it in the best possible way, to make sure that the skill revolutions happens, and it cannot happen in a single place. It can only happen if it is an European way, in respect of the fact that every transition needs to be fair, and in respect of the territories. So there is this instrument, many ministers use it, all countries use it, but I wanted to remind you. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. I wanted to build on what Mario Nava has just said. I put with me here on the table your leaflet. So, because I think it needs to be known, and it's good that you directly talk about it, but there are many national projects that are already in place that are being promoted by one particular government. But I think we need to probably do more of this. So I think it needs to be connected to the implementation of the European Pillar of Social Rights. Skills is a key aspect of that, but it needs to be stronger connected, what you do, with the implementation of the action plan. Because, I mean, it's good to speak about what are we trying to achieve. And of course, commissioners and ministers, they are very much inspiring about what to do. But I think it is very important as well that we have the how very strong on our agenda, because this is where we will make concrete results. This is where we will make the difference. This is where the people and the companies will confirm to the governments that they are doing the right things. And in order to make that a concrete step, I think the institutions need to better coordinate among themselves. And there are different DGs, there are different ministries, but I think it's an important point for progress. And I'm sure that it can support a good implementation of the Pillar of Social Rights for competitiveness, growth, and employment.
You also. Oh, the micro is working. I would like to also further build on that because it's indeed important to provide that technical assistance for member states, for local and regional authorities. But I think it's similarly important that that assistance is also provided for important private partners. I'm thinking about social partners, in particular my constituency SME organizations, who will put in place at a local level the policies that we are developing at European level. Cooperation, multi-actor, multi-level, I think in that perspective is very important. That's also why I mentioned using the Year of Skills to even better implement our European tools that are put in place. Making synergies is going to be a key element if we want to get our wild objectives also transformed into reality for our citizens.
Karine, please.
Thank you. I think we need all those instruments. Huh? That's clear, but we need more. Because if you think about that why, for me the why is, I always say in the Netherlands, the Netherlands only prospers if each individual in our country prospers. It doesn't go well with the Netherlands if it doesn't go well with everybody. And I think that's the idea here. We want to give people perspective, equal opportunities, and you get that through skills. And if you don't have a perspective, if you don't think you will get ahead in life, you don't build stable societies. And we need stable and cohesive societies because we have so many challenges coming at us, whether it's climate change, migration, you name it. So we need to make sure that people are actually adequately instrumented for the future, that they have the right training. Then my second point is, the world is changing so fast. We don't have the same boss for 30 years anymore, like our parents did. And even if you stay in the same profession, I doubt it that your diploma for 20 or 30 years ago is still adequate. So you need to make sure you instill a learning culture, that everybody feels that, you know, every day they can learn something again. But then you come by the question, like some people don't have the best experience at school. So they have a different perspective, a different experience in how they learn. Formal learning is one, and non-formal learning is another one. And yes, the private sector invests a lot in that. But you also have informal learning. Informal learning is when you work at a workplace, when every day you learn something from your colleagues or what you do from your project. And actually 90% of what we learn through informal learning. And that's why I think we need to give much more attention to that aspect of learning. And even as we discussed, that was at the informal EBSCO, maybe we need to put an instrument in place that actually monitors this informal learning. And that also makes sure that we actually stimulate people to do the informal learning, and then also maybe give them a qualification that they have acquired skills on the job training. Because for some people, that's the best way to learn.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah. Very briefly. Absolutely. You know, very briefly from my side, I think that being one of the people involved in the negotiation of the TSI, for me, it's amazing what DG Reform has been doing. Now, we have a jewel that is still hidden out there. Because right now, the TSI works as its mandate is some sort of demand-driven. So member states can use it, and then, of course, if they are using it, they are getting really amazing technical assistance and support. Now, meanwhile, we have actually shifted to a culture of reforms and investments that are critical for, the ambition that we want to pull forward. So right now, I mean, it's not just the fact that we have a wonderful tool on the shelf, it's the fact that the tool should be that we need to actually figure out the knowledge how to implement this together. So exactly what Maxime mentioned, we have a lot of, really good experiences at the national level, and right now, already DG Reform starts multi-country projects, which is amazing. But they still need to have us, the decision makers, boost their mandates somehow so that they can deliver more proactively as well in relation to the European Pillar of Social Rights, to the economic governance debate, and so on. And even more concretely, one important thing that they should be enabled to do is to link these best practices that we have at member states level and put them together. Because what is right now missing in terms of technical assistance is that we still have this image of institution-centered approach. So you have the government that is getting the technical assistance and then sets a particular pattern of how to do things. For instance, let's say that it's fashionable to do digital skills, yeah? And now, what kind of trainers do we have? We have trainers of C++ or let's say some old programming thing. We don't have trainers on Python. So then what we do? We have actually shaped the best possible framework but then we cannot deliver the most updated things that are needed in the economy. So that's why we need the partnerships, and that's why I think that the mandate that the technical assistance has is to be forward-looking and not just responding to the immediate demand. And I know that they are doing that in digital reform. And again, we are really pleased from the European Parliament to see also the fact that one thing that we negotiated, the fact that municipalities and regions can also act as technical assistance, is there. So for those of you that were not aware of that, that was part of the negotiation, part of the European Parliament position. We made it. We don't have that many municipalities or regions still applying because this goes through the government, but I think that's also a way forward. So thank you very much for that.
Now we have a question from Giuseppina Tucci. She's over there. Please, go ahead.
So Giuseppina Tucci, I'm the president of the Lifelong Learning Platform, and yesterday we held an event, on a side event on a similar topic. We discussed how to achieve the twin transitions through key competencies. And I think what came out of that and also of the discussion right now is that clearly education and training are a smart investment, if what we said yesterday and today is true, and that it's a social investment as well. And the social investment is an investment in people. Now, what we believe is that Europe must protect everyone by developing a culture of lifelong learning. We mentioned also non-formal and informal learning, and thank you very much for bringing it up. That is also able to protect people to respond to everlasting challenges. I mean, the crises we live today are multifaceted, but are developing and will continue to develop in the future and will continue to come at us at a very fast pace. And we can only do that if we invest in transversal key competencies. This is a bit the outcome of the discussion of yesterday. Now, investing in learning and skills has been something that has been ascending with the RRF, but this happened after decades of definancing public education and underinvestment, and before the return of the Stability and Growth Pact, the fiscal rules of the Stability and Growth Pact. How can we ensure, the question then is, how can we ensure long-term sustainable funding for key competencies? What is the role of the European Year of Skills in achieving these? I'd like to maybe point the question a little bit at Minister Van Gennep and Minister Dussault, but also the others if you feel like answering the question.
Peut-être en quelques mots pour répondre et dire l'importance qu'il y a.
Actually, everything that is said about skills should allow each one to benefit from their own skills and from the validation and of their competences. It would be catastrophic if we would have the employments of tomorrow, but then leave aside men and women, people whose competences were not properly validated. So for these people would have a difficulty throughout their lives. And then we would not be providing the data for success. I will not speak about the personal account on that, awarded to each individual, or for funding the various companies. All of that has been organized, and it involves insiders more than outsiders. We have two tools. One is our capacity to validate acquired training that has not been certified yet, awarding qualifications, titles, to people according to their life paths, experience, and so on. It's a way of recognizing their skills, but we also want to allow portability. We want to allow that skill to be valid before other employers. This morning, it was a coincidence, in the official journal of the French Republic, there was a document, a law published on the recognition of skills. It was a law that I submitted to the Parliament, and it has to do with the acquisition of inductive experience. So this means that if we consider that several people have skills, validated or not, in a formal way or not, acquired skills, they might need just some specific extra skills to access a certain occupation. And unless they have all the parts together, all the parts of the puzzle together, they cannot access that occupation. So we have to find agreements of professionalization in which the system does not only enter in the beginning of the agreement, but also in the end of the agreement, so that these parts, in terms of skills that are missing, that they are acquired and that the certification can be validated. Even if the person is missing 6 or 7 parts, let's say, that inverse logics, well, it can be like a technocratic language, but this means that it is connected to bringing this knowledge to people. And the second point is an initiative that we have been working on since 2018, and that has allowed us to measure results. We spoke about competences. Since 2018, France has been implementing a plan for verification of competences and lifelong training and validation is a competence developed by the regions in France. And our plan, that was 2.4 billion in 2023, for 2023, part of this amount is allocated for integration of migrants, and 1.6 billion are between the state and the regions. Between 2018 and 2023, the commitment of the state was 18 billion euros, of which 6 billion were a commitment between the state and the regions, so that a new agreement can be signed. And we're talking about investment because this is a multi-annual vision. So these amounts are awarded to regions for them to provide a training offer for several years, and it's also an investment for making a contract or a partnership with the state that defined priorities. The priorities that we defined were to fund the occupations undergoing transition, so it is recognized before all the metropolitan regions in France, in the overseas regions. And then the priority is the basic qualifications in order to help people in a situation of difficulty and extend that access to people that have a level of qualifications that a lower level of qualification, because there are people that before the 12th grade they then don't have access to validation of their 12th grade. And so this is an investment that brings about profit, because we know that for those that are looking for a job, if someone is looking for a job and if they benefited from this plan, they see a return increase by 10 points in their occupation. France has a specific case in the work of seniors. If they are unemployed, then people aged more than 50, it's very difficult to go back to work, and so they can be awarded 17 points more. So we started with this investment plus individual rights, then validation of skills acquired either informally or formally. So in this way, well, I don't want to say that we can take everyone on board, but at least the minimum number of people will be left aside, and most people can find a solution despite the difficulties they have faced.
Important, and not just until you're 30 or 35, but until you're 60, 65. And that means you really have to look different at your career and at learning. I think if you're talking about the funds for learning, you have, of course, public funds, and that starts with your lower education and it goes all the way up to your PhD, but also the combination of work and learning. It's in the Netherlands often co-financed by business and by the government. And then you have, of course, private funds, but not everybody has the private funds to fund their own learning journey. And I think that's one of the pillars of Europe, that in Europe, in most countries in Europe, you can get a very good education without having to take a mortgage on your home, like in the US. I lived there as well. But when you look at what's happening with learning, then we see a couple of challenges. The first one is, it's mostly the people with a fixed contract who receive most of the training. So people who are unemployed, seniors, self-employed, re-entering the labor market, often mothers, people with a migrant background, those are the people who really suffer from a lack of training. So we need to look into that. I think it's a joint responsibility for business and for government, and we're looking in the Netherlands now, how can we actually solve that skills gap? The second one is, once people do acquire skills at the work floor, how do you recognize those? So we're working at the skills passport to make sure what you learn at one bank or one IT company, you can actually take with you as a skills diploma, recognition passport to another company. And the last one is what we also see for mid-career, real reskilling. So you move from a bank to the IT sector. Usually you're able to fund your education because there will be an employer or there will be a subsidy to fund your education. But how do you fund that year or that half year without income? That's the major challenge now. We have quite a number of people who want to transfer to the IT sector, but their loss of income, we need to bridge that. So we're also looking at that. We're trying to find out, but it's very expensive, how we can do that together with the private world to make sure we also bridge that lack of income for people who are really mid-career. They have a family, they have a house to finance. So we need to make sure that they can bridge that year.
Mm-hmm. As we only have 15 minutes left, Maxime, briefly commentaries would be, yes, it would be great.
Thank you. No, I just want to build on what you just said. First, you said in the first intervention the importance of technical professions and training these people to get more people coming and also retain those who are there. I think it's essential, so it is an important priority. Of course, we see it a bit broader on STEM skills, so scientific, technological, engineering, and mathematics skills. And it is both for the all skills levels, but also we have strong needs for the higher end of the skills levels. And that's where the migration from third countries also comes into play, where we have mismatches, but we really need to improve. So I think your priority is positive. We have, on the European level, tried to convince the European Commission to come forward with a target for that. Currently, I think we have 21% of people who are educated in these fields, and we would like it to be 25%. And we think that in order to make the step, many more young women could be attracted to it. But of course, I think you're also right in looking in mid-careers. And also, I mean, inactive, you also responded similarly to what I was saying, that it's important to have a focus on this group. I think it is essential because they are really participating less in training activities. And so it's the main responsibility of government there, but we are happy to be involved in these discussions because it's really not in the employment relationship context. But a lot more can be done, and it is about organizing the social security systems as well so that they support the people and that the resources are used for increasing employability in an activation way, in a positive way for them to become self-sufficient and more happy in life.
Well, let me take one or two more questions. Minister Claude Hagen from Luxembourg. I don't know if... No? Let's move on. Yes, please, you may... Short question and brief answer would be great, please. Here, please. Can we... Microphone. What? Over there. Okay. Well... Yes.
Yes, it works. Hello, and thank you very much to all the panelists. My name is Katerina Nanu, and I work for Save the Children. And here I am today with my colleagues from Eurochild, and we represent also the EU Alliance for Investing in Children. And investing in skills is very important, right? We have all heard about this. And I just wanted to make the connection between children and skills. And I was very happy to hear Ms. Williams talking about starting from kindergarten, right? Of course, not only for entrepreneurs, right? Not only for building future entrepreneurs. And I was very happy also to hear Minister Van Gennep also talking about informal and formal education, right? And starting young. And of course, I look at Mr. Pislaru and Ms. Godinho, that they are really champions of a great instrument that we have, which is the child guarantee. And here I wanted to clarify and to specify and to stress that we have 1 in 4 children growing up at risk of poverty or social exclusion in the EU, in one of the world's most prosperous, right, regions. This is unacceptable, and this should be linked clearly with the skill set, with developing the skill set for the future. Now, Minister Van Gennep, you mentioned about formal and informal education. I want to clarify here that children growing up in poverty, they don't have access to free education, right? They don't have access to quality education, so therefore these skills cannot be in an individualized manner as well. They cannot be developed as they should, and this is the government's right responsibility. So we need to build more on that. Also, when it comes to informal, many families cannot choose between feeding their children and sending them to school, right? So, and because, as I said, education is not free. So we really need to build on that as well. There are more and more challenges coming ahead. And the child guarantee, although it's an excellent instrument, I have to say that we are very much afraid that it might stay at that, because we see more and more countries, well, until now, we see 20 out of the 27 EU member states having submitted action plans for the child guarantee. We really need to step up our efforts. We really need to invest in children, because this is their return on investment. If we invest in children today, then also the future generations are going to be much more prosperous, and they are going to have many much better skills. So I wanted for all of you, perhaps, or of course we don't have the time, to reflect on how do we make sure this clear connection between children, and how do we build and how do we invest in children for now, but also for the future. Thank you.
One answer only. Thank you. Veronique.
I would like to go back to early school and entrepreneurial skills. I developed a project 25 years ago on entrepreneurship education, and we were contacted at that moment by the University of Leuven by a professor who was working on child poverty. And he said, I want to do more on developing entrepreneurial skills already with children, because that's the best way to get them out of poverty. If we can teach them to imagine a different way of living, if we can give them the skills to then put that dream into practice and implement it, that is the way we can help children to get out of the vicious circle of poverty. So I would like to call on member states and European institutions to really pay attention to developing those entrepreneurial skills already from an early age on, because it's not only useful for entrepreneurs, it's useful for every citizen. Thank you.
Dragos Pislaru.
Just one statement here.
Yes, please.
Child guarantee is there. We don't need to re-strategize and find other things, in order to have our children get skills. We have a plan. So let's implement this plan. We will have a lunch debate, thanks to Ana Godinho and the Portuguese government, on the child guarantee. But this is something that we should work with, and not reinventing anything else. If we talk about investment, investing now in the children that would be part of the child guarantee objective of getting 5 million children in Europe out of poverty, that means 5 million adults that will be able to provide for the EU ambition with twin transition, green and digital. This is it, 5 million skilled person for tomorrow. So let's implement the child guarantee, and thank you very much for putting that on board.
Time for one question more. This lady in red. Please, microphone. not hearing.
Okay.
Okay.
We are talking about social investment, but the question to the President of Committee of Regions is what about the member states with the lower fiscal capacity? I'm talking about the Southern Europe in particular. And also, what about the administrative capacity of municipality and the regions? And again, also about the capacity of micro and SMEs to participate, to apply to call of tender. And also, the last things about the skills in particular, I think that for all of us is clear that upskilling and reskilling and lifelong learning are by all means crucial elements to make sure the twin transition is sustainable from a social, labor, and also environmental perspective.
Okay.
But
it's 4 questions.
Yes, yes, shortly. What about? I think that the such right to training should include paid educational leave to make sure that the training does not impact the workers' right to rest or their salary. And let's keep in mind that skills alone will not solve labor shortages in Europe. You know that we have data from Eurofund, also from CEDEFOP, that we need that just transition is not only about training skills, but also about job quality.
Okay. Okay. The answers would take us another social forum. Please, Vasco Cordeiro, brief answer.
First, of course there is a difference. This is why the main point is not to make everything dependent on the local and regional level of governance action, but to have the local and regional perspective into action. Because in some cases, of course, there are local and regional authorities that they don't have the power to make things happen. And it's not up to European level to say you have to grant local and regional authorities the power to do or to establish that. This is why the main focus is this. Have local and regional perspective into consideration when you decide, even at national level or the European level. Because when you have that power at local and regional, okay, they can decide, they can act, they can make things happen, but most important is to consider that it's not only at the national approach that you can make things happen. You have to take in consideration the local and regional perspective, even when they don't have this kind of autonomy or powers. Briefly about the issue of skills, I think it's very, very important to have in mind that maybe one of the main skills is to teach the skill to adapt, is to teach the skill to learn, because that's what may grant us in an ever-changing situation how people can progress at every time, at every context.
Maximo, do you want to say something?
I think as we are nearing the end, I wanted to pass a message to the governments, basically. And the message to the governments is to say, you are about to adopt a Council recommendation on social dialogue. And that is a very important step. And in this Council recommendation, there is potential to increase the room for social partners to negotiate through collective agreements in the member states. Of course, there are different traditions in the member states, but I think it's a very important time for all of us as social partners and the governments to play a supportive role. It's also about the governments respecting our autonomy. And I think it needs to be done at all levels, on the European and national levels. But also business, when we talk about implementation of Pillar of Social Rights and the legislative measures, there is one important point of caution for the Commission. It's about the regulatory burdens. We need to learn from the previous legislative debates and avoid creating too much burdens on the companies. Thank you.
Dragos, would you like to end the discussion?
I mean, the thing that I'm getting from this panel is that we have a deep level of agreement what to do. So in my view, just do it, you know, that would be my conclusion of this panel.
Okay, on behalf of the organizer, thank you very much for your inputs to the discussion. Hoping that you are successful, because your success is our collective success. Apologizing the audience because we are run out of time. And I would like to end by quoting President of the European Commission when she states that education should become a way of life. Thank you. Good work.
Thank you so much, everybody. It has been a very positive and productive morning so far. Just before the lunch break, we will now proceed to the family photo. So if I can ask to come to the stage first the representatives of the member states and candidate countries, please. So as we start together for the family photo before lunch, I ask the representatives of the member states and candidate countries to come to the stage. From the European Parliament, we ask Vice President Silva Pereira and Dragos Pislaro, together with Commissioner Schmidt, please. And finally, could the representatives of social patterns and social platforms and other heads of delegations join as well? I think we'll need to ask the people on the first 3 rows to either leave or sit down, please, so we can gather everybody within the frame. Thank you. I think the people on the third row specifically really need to leave. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. We now have the lunch break and we come back to the afternoon session at 20 minutes to 3. That's 2:40.
Una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente ponto de chegada, mas é ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente ponto de chegada, mas é ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente ponto de chegada, mas é ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
This extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
This extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
This extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
This extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
This extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente ponto de chegada, mas é ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente ponto de chegada, mas é ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente ponto de chegada, mas é ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente ponto de chegada, mas é ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente ponto de chegada, mas é ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira do Porto não é obviamente ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira do Porto não é obviamente ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira do Porto não é obviamente ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira do Porto não é obviamente ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente ponto de chegada, mas é ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia foi possível assinar compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente ponto de chegada, mas é ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia foi possível assinar compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente ponto de chegada, mas é ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia foi possível assinar compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente ponto de chegada, mas é ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia foi possível assinar compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente ponto de chegada, mas é ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia foi possível assinar compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira do Porto não é obviamente ponto de chegada, mas é ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira do Porto não é obviamente ponto de chegada, mas é ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira do Porto não é obviamente ponto de chegada, mas é ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira do Porto não é obviamente ponto de chegada, mas é ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira do Porto não é obviamente ponto de chegada, mas é ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
This extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
This extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
This extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
This extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
This extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira do Porto não é obviamente ponto de chegada, mas é ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira do Porto não é obviamente ponto de chegada, mas é ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira do Porto não é obviamente ponto de chegada, mas é ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira do Porto não é obviamente ponto de chegada, mas é ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. 1ª vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira do Porto não é obviamente ponto de chegada, mas é ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. vez na história da União Europeia foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira do Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira do Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira do Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira do Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira do Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira do Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira do Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira do Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira do Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira do Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira do Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira do Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira do Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira do Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira do Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira do Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira do Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira do Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. história da União Europeia foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
This extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
This extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
This extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
This extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
This extraordinary social summit. it was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia, foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
Presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira do Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La Presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira do Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La Presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira do Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La Presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira do Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La Presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira do Porto não é obviamente um ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia foi possível assinar um compromisso tão abrangente, tão ambicioso, envolvendo todos os parceiros sociais.
E noi siamo venuti a Porto per mantenere una promessa.
Extraordinary social summit. It was impressive to witness it during the day.
La presidenza portoghese è stata quella di rimettere al centro dell'Unione Europea una politica sociale perché nessuno resti indietro.
This is about action. This is about to deliver to the people.
Esta Cimeira de Porto não é obviamente ponto de chegada, mas é um ponto de relançamento deste plano de ação. Pela primeira vez na história da União Europeia,
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back. We start the second part of the Porto Social Forum talking about social rights at a global scale. So I would like to ask the Director General of the International Labour Organization, Gilbert Wumbo, to come to the stage.
Madame Minister,
Senhores ministros, caros ministros, comissários, caros colegas, senhoras e senhores, em primeiro lugar,
on behalf of the whole ILO family, our great appreciation for always for inviting ILO to be part of this social conference and meeting. 2 years ago, when you get together, the world was struggling to recover from the shock of the pandemic, and I remain quite impressed why, within the context of COVID, Portugal was really successfully pulling this historic initiative together. The effect on the global economies and the lives of millions of people we know were quite very devastating. So I recall discussing this summit with my predecessor and my former boss, Guy Ryder. You know, he was really referring again how that was quite a very critical and pivotal moment 2 years ago. So congratulations to Portugal and to the government for that. And I think today, if it was then pivotal, the COVID, we know that we are recovering from it, yet while we know that we still have to fully recover, we also know that the different crises, including the aggression of Russia against Ukraine, and the accelerator of aggravating factors of existing difficult trends in Europe and the whole world, just make our life much more challenging. The conflict has not only accelerated global and transformative changes that we know we have to face, but the fact that the world has become even much more, unfortunately, I must say, much more fragmented, with multiple centers of power and influence. An increasing number of regions and countries are somehow legitimately expecting to have an equal say in global decision-making. And this may advance ongoing efforts to reshape global governance and to create a level playing field. I'm saying this because I'm fundamentally of the view that the European Union has the capacity to fully take advantage of such transformative changes, of such development. Indeed, EU already has a vast experience as a key partner at regional and global levels. And we, from the multilateral perspective, we feel it every day. The European social model is one of the best export products that EU has, be it through political dialogue, be it through trade agreements or technical cooperations. The EU has used its political leverage to promote the ratification and implementation of international labor standards, prioritizing ILO fundamental conventions. In recent free trade agreements, EU has insisted on including provisions on occupational safety and health as a new element of the fundamental principle and right at work. In fact, the European and Central Asian region are the first, or is the first region to complete the ratification of all 8 core conventions. Now, with the addition of the 2 new conventions on occupational safety and health, as part of the group of the fundamental conventions, I really would like to urge the EU to step up the effort of ratifying those conventions on occupational safety and health. We know in ILO that 11 ratifications are still missing for the Occupational Safety and Health Convention number 155, and 12 are missing when it comes to the promotional framework for the occupational safety and health, the Convention 187. So we would like to encourage the countries concerned to complete this process as soon as possible, as both conventions reflect the EU acquis on occupational safety and health, OSH. Dear colleagues, over the past 60 years, the EU has had a pioneering role in adopting labor and social regulations relevant to the ILO mandate. The implementation of the European Pillar on Social Rights and the action plan adopted here 2 years ago in Porto is another evidence of that. And I think the Commission's communication on decent work worldwide, which affirms the EU's commitment to champion decent work both at home and around the world across all EU actions and policies, is another dimension. So I would like, therefore, very much to welcome the current EU legislative proposal for a new directive on corporate sustainability due diligence. And this will foster sustainable and responsible corporate behavior throughout the global value chain. Other noteworthy initiatives include the adoption of the EU directives on work-life balance and on adequate minimum wages. And there are the current negotiations of a directive on improving working conditions of platform workers. And this item is of particular importance for the ILO. Our governing body, which is our board of directors, has decided to include a standard-setting discussion on decent work in the platform economy during the International Labour Conference in 2025-2026. It will be a double discussion. Indeed, 2025 will be a significant year for all, with the World Social Summit that the Secretary General Gutierrez is promoting within our common agenda. We will have the first edition also in 2025 of the ILO State of Social Justice report. And the Commission will also review the Social Pillar Action Plan in 2025. So we do have in 2025 3 major happenings that we believe will be crucial. And this review may serve as a valuable input to the World Social Summit. The summit will be another opportunity for the EU to showcase its, what if I may say so, its social diplomacy as a tool for strengthening international cooperation for more social justice across the world. we should use the multilateral system even more to reshape our social and economic architecture toward achieving more equity and more social justice. Dear colleagues, the ILO was created more than 100 years ago on the foundation that lasting peace can be established only if it's based on social justice. And the experience of the current course of world affairs fully demonstrates the truth of this statement enshrined in the ILO Constitution in 1919. 25 years later, while the Second World War was still raging, ILO member states adopted the Philadelphia Declaration. And this remains the ILO's key Magna Carta. This declaration not only stated the famous principle that work is not a commodity, labor is not a commodity, but it also affirmed that a lasting peace based on social justice should constitute the central aim of national and international policy, and that the ILO should examine and consider all international economic and financial policies and measures in the light of this fundamental principle. Such principles are needed not now more than ever to overcome the current and foreseeable challenges. The past 15 years have indeed been marked by multiple crises and transformation, from financial to demographic, environmental to technological. We have endured persisting tensions and protracted conflicts, the COVID pandemic and current serious economic slowdown. As a result, we see more inequalities, more poverty, and more people left behind. This makes it tremendously difficult to reach the Sustainable Development Goal by 2030. According to the 2023 World Employment and Social Outlook that we produce in ILO, the global jobs gap, which measure the unmet need for employment, stood at 473 million people in 2022. Yet, global employment is projected to expand only by 1% this year, compared to 2.3% in 2022. Without decisive action, gaps opened by previous crises are not going to close rapidly, and in fact, may contribute to more labor shortages. The ILO expects the labor force in Europe and Central Asia to shrink by 2.4 million between 2022 and 2024, partially due to demographic trends. Unemployment is likely to increase, but only slightly. The number of women either working or looking for work in this region is projected to be amongst the lowest in the world by 2024 at just under 60%. That is why we have focused our vision for the ILO on the urgent need to address such priorities. And this is in line with the UN Secretary General call for a new social contract and the new global accelerator for jobs and social protection. This will bring together the need for us in working together to promote the coalition for a global social justice that we have initiated in the past few months. Our World of Work Summit, to be held during the International Labour Conference in June, will address the thematic of social justice for all. And this will allow us to further discuss how to reinforce the international commitment to advance the social justice agenda and also the 2030 SDG agenda. And I'm pretty much sure that the European Union, as a key player on the international scene, will fully support and contribute to this ambitious agenda for a better social justice. Your participation in this coalition will clearly strengthen the EU political leverage on social and labor affairs in the world. Indeed, the EU and the ILO, we do share the vision that achieving economic prosperity, social justice, and protecting the environment, those three pillars are key for our future. And we need the full commitment of the multilateral system and other stakeholders. So I really am looking forward to a continued collaboration and cooperation with the EU. Thank you so much.
Well. Good afternoon. In Portuguese, we say boa tarde. I don't know if you can pronounce this in our language. I hope the lunch was a good time for sharing ideas, a good time to develop contacts for a better social world in the future. We are now going to start our first panel of this afternoon. My name is Mario Augusto. I'm your host to this panel, the European social model as a geopolitical level. And for that discussion, we have six special guests. And I invite to come here to the stage. First, Olsana Zolanovsky, Ministry of Social Policy, Ukraine, with your applause. Olsana. Pierre-Yves Demagne, Deputy Minister of the Ministry of the Economy and Labour from Belgium. Yolanda Diaz Perez, Vice President of Government in Spain. Esther Lynch, Secretary General, European Trade Union Confederation. Hi, how are you? Piotr Sadowski, President of Social Platform. And Valeria Ronzitis, Secretary General, FCGI Europe. First of all, I don't know if I pronounce correctly your names. Sorry. I'm going to start with Olsana. Olsana is going to speak in Ukrainian. Yes. Welcome to Porto. I need to use this because I can speak in Ukrainian, okay? And I have just now a question for you. What is the state of the European social model and what can it offer to the candidate countries pre- and post-accession? The time is yours.
Шановні учасники соціального форуму, пані та панове.
Dear participants of Porto Social Forum.
Насамперед щиро дякую моїй добрій колезі пані Анні Годіні за те, що сьогодні запросила мене на форум і дозволила представити Україну.
I'm very grateful to my friend, the Minister of Labour, Solidarity and Social Security, Anna Mendes Godinho, for the invitation and possibility to be here today.
Для мене честь сьогодні обговорювати європейські соціальні принципи, оскільки Україна, як кандидат в члени Європейського Союзу, сьогодні дуже дорогою ціною виборює їх можливість розвивати.
It is an honor for me to be here today and to discuss European social principles representing Ukraine, which has EU candidate status and has been defending its European path in a very high cost for almost a year and a half.
Майже 10 років ми виборюємо свій європейський шлях. І попри повномасштабне вторгнення, ми все одно плануємо і гармонізуємо наше законодавство до стандартів і вимог Європейського Союзу.
We have been defending our European path for almost 10 years already, and we strive to harmonize our legislation with the requirements of the European Union, although because of the war we face even greater challenges.
Для нас це особливо важливо, оскільки та жертва і ті подвиги, які сьогодні здійснюють наші захисники на фронті, просто вимагає від нас побудувати після перемоги Україну кращу, демократичну, в якій дотримуються високих соціальних стандартів.
It is very important for us because the great bravery and Ukrainian defenders today encourage us to work even harder to bring the level of social rights and the provision of social services closer to European standards.
Ми сьогодні нашою метою в Міністерстві соціальної політики бачимо перебудування таким чином наших соціальних сервісів, щоб забезпечити повністю інклюзивне суспільство і доступні і зрозумілі механізми допомоги для кожної людини, яка її потребує.
Speaking on behalf of the Minister of Social Policy of Ukraine, it is important to mention that we see our mission as the creation of conditions in Ukraine that guarantee the ability of individuals and families to achieve well-being and to have a dignified life in a barrier-free society through accessible and understandable services.
Для побудови такого суспільства і таких інструментів ми бачимо своїм прикладом саме європейську соціальну модель і готові орієнтуватись на кращі практики наших країн-партнерів, які вже впроваджені.
To build such conditions, we see the European social model as a reference point, and we focus on the best practices of European Union member states.
Говорячи про рівні можливості, доступ на ринок праці, соціальний захист, інклюзію, справедливі умови праці, ми дуже чітко розуміємо, що сьогодні в Україні є більше, ніж 2,7 мільйонів людей з інвалідністю, і, на жаль, їх відсоток щодня зростає. Молоді, активні люди отримують травми війни і втрачають свої кінцівки і здоров'я.
Speaking about equal opportunities and access to the labor market, social protection and inclusion, fair working conditions, it is important to mention that in Ukraine, we must take into account the fact that there are 2.7 million people with disabilities in Ukraine, and more people receive disabilities due to injuries. They are young, active, able people, but they are disabled as a result of the war.
Вони потребують нашої підтримки і уваги для того, щоб соціалізуватися, для того, щоб вести далі активний спосіб життя, для того, щоб бути економічно самостійними і зайнятими.
They will need our attention and active support in order to create conditions to be economically and socially active, self-employed or employed.
Тому вже зараз ми розпочали комплекс реформ, щоб повністю ринок праці в Україні став інклюзивним і доступним як для людей з інвалідністю, так і зручним сервісом для роботодавців, які хочуть бути соціальними підприємствами і наймати таких людей на роботу.
Therefore, we have now started reforms so that the labor market in Ukraine becomes fully inclusive and accessible to people with disabilities, as well as entities and enterprises that would like to give work to those people.
Ми також повністю перебудовуємо свої процеси реабілітації, тому що вважаємо, що люди мають можливість відновлюватися якомога швидше. Ми також забезпечуємо їх якісними протезними системами. І розуміємо, що сьогодні Україна і досвід в Україні протезистів є, по суті, унікальним досвідом, який може бути використаний великою кількістю інших країн для вдосконалення асистивних технологій і інновацій в цій сфері.
We take care of the different means of rehabilitation, including the provision of prostheses, and we review existing requirements of labor legislation in order to expand opportunities for those people with disabilities and employers who want to develop social entrepreneurship, and we are ready to share our experience and to receive the information about the experience of other countries.
Тому ми плануємо стати інноваційним хабом для протезних технологій і побудувати якісну освіту за стандартами СПО, яка може бути також майданчиком для усіх наших сусідніх країн, у яких, по суті, таких вищих навчальних закладів сьогодні ще немає.
We want to create hub for prosthesis topics. We want to create special educational institutions that will work in this area. And we suggest our neighbors and other European countries to help us in this and to become our partners.
Ще один виклик для нас – це гендерні питання. Оскільки величезна кількість жінок сьогодні поруч із зайнятістю перебрали на свої плечі ведення домашнього господарства, забезпечення побуту, збереження своєї родини, бо велика кількість чоловіків перебувають на фронті.
Another problematic issue is gender equality, because a lot of Ukrainian women have to deal with all the questions of the families because their men are at war at the front line. So we deal with these issues nowadays.
Тому ми пропонуємо нові моделі підтримки жінок для того, щоб вони могли поєднувати свою зайнятість із робочими умовами і для того, щоб вони мали можливість вистояти в таких обставинах, в яких ми зараз перебуваємо.
That's why we create special platforms to support women in these conditions so that they can develop their abilities, and that's an important issue for our policy nowadays.
Ще один виклик, перед яким стоїть Україна, це збереження ментального здоров'я. Більше 70% громадян нашої держави стверджують, що відчувають напруження, відчувають постійний стрес.
Another very important issue is mental health. According to the results of the research, more than 70% of Ukrainians describe their psychological state as anxiety. If this is not paid attention to, many people can turn into mental health disorder.
Тому зараз ми розробляємо механізми реагування на надзвичайні ситуації з тим, щоб люди мали можливість упереджено розуміти, що з ними відбувається, і знижувати свій рівень стресу, і не шкодити своєму ментальному здоров'ю.
That's why we are creating special centers so that people can react adequately to their situation and not destroy their mental health.
Ми розбудовуємо мережу центрів резильєнтності, де в дружніх просторах будуть надавати кваліфіковані фахівці такі групові тренінги і соціальну підтримку для кожної людини, яка її потребує.
Now we are starting the development of the project of network of centers of resilience, which will be friendly, barrier-free spaces on the basis of which social services, social and psychological assistance will be provided.
Ми також робимо швидкі і впевнені кроки в напрямку цифровізації соціальної сфери. Саме наші цифрові сервіси дозволили нам втримати соціальну політику і забезпечити в екстраординарних обставинах виплати для наших малозабезпечених людей, адресну підтримку, різні інші соціальні послуги, бачити, як переміщаються наші громадяни всередині країни.
Ukraine is taking tangible and rapid steps in the direction of digitalization of social sphere. It was our digital services that allowed us to maintain the social sphere, to continue targeted social payments for people who need them, and to understand how and where our citizens move.
Ми і далі продовжуємо розбудовувати наші цифрові сервіси, і я впевнена, що багато наших рішень можуть бути також корисними і використаними країнами, нашими партнерами.
We continue to work on the development of digital social services, and I am sure that many of our solutions can be a useful experience for partner countries.
Сьогодні Україна потребує допомоги кожної країни Європи для того, щоб вистояти і перемогти. Але я впевнена, що наша держава і наш досвід може стати передовим майданчиком для різних інноваційних рішень в сфері реабілітації, в сфері інклюзії, в сфері забезпечення ментального здоров'я.
Today, Ukraine needs a lot of support from our partners and friends, but I am sure that Ukraine can become a leading platform for innovative solutions in the fields of rehabilitation, inclusion, mental health.
Тож ми запрошуємо долучатися наших партнерів до програм розвитку України, а також допомогти нам вибудувати ці нові інструменти, які в подальшому можуть покращити всю соціальну політику цілої Європи.
We invite you to join the development programs of Ukraine, to become our partners in building new social support tool, and to share our experience in order to become a stronger Europe and stronger Ukraine.
Що нам дасть соціальна модель Європи? Ми розуміємо, що після нашої перемоги нам потрібно буде зробити квантовий стрибок у розбудові різних сервісів і відновлення прав наших громадян.
What is important for us, taking into consideration European cooperation, is that we can make a leap in quality of our services.
І саме інтеграція соціальної європейської моделі, ми переконані, дозволить нам зробити цей стрибок, забезпечити інклюзивне суспільство, розбудувати необхідні соціальні послуги і сервіси і забезпечити комфортне життя для наших громадян.
Integration into European social model will allow us to make this leap to ensure an inclusive society, to develop social services for everyone who needs them, to ensure a comfortable life for people in their communities.
Сьогодні, і, напевно, ще багато років через близькість нашого північного сусіда ми змушені будемо бути форпостом Європи і в захисті європейських цінностей. Тож для цього нам дуже важливо відновити наш людський капітал, розбудувати економічно спроможне суспільство і стати повноправним учасником європейського співтовариства.
Today, due to unfortunate northern neighbor, we have to deal with a lot of issues, but we will be able to ensure the restoration of human capital, ensure the proper economic well-being of our state, and help it become a full member of the European community, creating benefits at the level of the European Union. We should become a country that should be and continue like it is now the outpost of Europe, and including the protection of European rights and values.
І саме соціальна модель є, очевидно, тою основою, яка дозволить забезпечити добробут і гідне життя кожної родини. Дякую.
Social model can guarantee all these values that we are speaking about today.
Thanks a lot. At the end, we have time to questions, but now I'm going to ask to Esther Lynch, is Secretary General, European Trade Union Confederation. Okay.
That caught me a bit by
have
surprise.
A question for you.
Oh, go on.
Okay. In a world of increasing competitiveness, how can we ensure that social rights will not be overlooked in Europe?
Well, I think the big mistake in how some policymakers think about competitiveness is that they only think about the competitiveness of a particular industry or sector or company. True competitiveness is about competitiveness of an economy and a society. It's about people. You need to have great jobs to attract great people. When workers come, they come with their families. So you need to have homes, you need to have education, you need to have transport. And you need to have a place where people see a future for themselves. And I think that's where Europe has done very well with the social model. So that we know that if something goes wrong, there's a safety net. I think the challenge we have at the moment is that there's a lot of holes in that safety net, and people are beginning to fall through those holes. So we have to restore confidence that if something goes wrong, if you lose your job, if you become ill, or if you get old, that there's sufficient supports and guarantees in place that it won't be a financial catastrophe, that you won't be homeless, but that you'll be able to have a life of dignity. And I think that's why the mission many of you are currently on, which is discussing the minimum income guarantee, you know, what would be the floor of that is so important. But that was why I was so happy that even though, honestly, I know I'm tired, I know everybody's looking at me, I'm not sick, I'm just tired after a week of the Congress. But that's why it was so important for me to come here. Because the key message I wanted to bring is that, okay, I know there's going to be a discussion about the new economic rules. But part of that discussion has to be that the achievement of the rights in the European Pillar of Social Rights must still be guaranteed. Because that was the promise that we made to people after the last austerity. We said we'll adopt this pillar and these rights and we'll guarantee them. We promise you, we give you this guarantee that you live up to your part. You get up every day, you go, you work hard, you pay your taxes. And what we will promise you is the delivery of the European Pillar of Social Rights. So that's why I really wanted to be here, was to say that. And to say that you can rely on the trade union movement to play our part. Because we know the achievement of that means we have to sit and negotiate. We have to compromise, we have to have those discussions. And we're willing and able to do that, and we'll come to the table. But we need a partner. We need the employers to come to the table too. And it can be everything from the addressing, exactly as the minister from Ukraine said, and I was very happy that we met this morning, because one of the things that we've done very well in Europe as social partners is develop social partner agreements about how you make workplaces disability friendly. You know, so whether you're an amputee or indeed, even if what you have is post-traumatic stress, that we have ways to negotiate that, because you shouldn't lose your job because you were a frontline defender, because you were a teacher and you had to go out and defend the front line. So I think that we have a lot to offer, and we have a lot that's going great for us, but that we do need to pay very close attention to the consequences of decisions that we're making in relation to, say, guaranteeing those safety nets.
It's a world of challenging.
Yeah, yeah. So I think the other thing that we need to look at as well is, and so this is probably where the employers leave me a little bit sometimes, is that we need to look at a fair taxation. And the reason we need to look at that is because right now the balance has got, frankly, out of hand. So the cost of living crisis, we've seen working people no longer able to afford the basics. We're not talking about the jam, we're talking about not even able to afford the bread, let alone the butter. Not able to afford the table or the roof over the head. In that circumstance, it's just an economic injustice where those companies who made windfall profits in 2022, in particular energy companies, made a lot of money. And in that context, the only response that working people see is increase in interest rates that makes their mortgage more expensive, that makes their car loan more expensive, or worse, they've paid a bill on the credit card and they just can't scramble out of it now. So there needs to be a deliberate discussion, particularly in the lead up to the next European elections, about how do we make sure that everybody's paying their fair way. And it can't be a discussion only about austerity cuts. There needs to be another discussion which is about windfall taxes and windfall profits. Now I know that's difficult at European level, but still that discussion we see needs to happen.
But also it's very difficult because it's a very complex puzzle between the work, the people, the politicians.
It is. It's a bit like a Rubik cube.
Yeah.
So you take action on this bit of the Rubik cube and it'll affect that one unless you keep them all going at once. Yeah. So that is absolutely true. But isn't that why you need all of us? So you need the NGOs with their particular perspective. You need trade unions, you need employers, you need our political representatives from all the different parts of the spectrum. And we need to sit down and stop, say, doing the politics and start actually solving the problems for people. And I think people want that. They want genuine discussions about solving problems, not point scoring. I made a really clever point today, but more about, what can I bring to the table that actually creates a solution, like a real solution? And then if I do that, will it be reciprocated? Because that I think, when I meet with working people, there's this growing anger that during the COVID crisis, they showed up. They showed up as carers, they showed up as cleaners, they showed up as delivery workers, and now we can't even get the platform directive to say that you're entitled to minimum wage. That they showed up as carers, and we're still struggling about equal pay for work of equal value. Recognizing it as skilled work, we pretend it's not skilled work. So I think we all have to come and say that, well, if you are asked to give something, that you can rely on a reciprocation. And I think it's that reciprocation that we need the strength of the politicians to get those with the money to start making sure that those without it are getting it.
And how possible is to focus in same point of view in the problem?
Sorry, say that again.
The same point of view with the problem in the actual world. How do you focus for that challenge?
Yeah. So we have, in the first instance, for ourselves, a very important, well-tested measure, which is collective bargaining. And I really want to thank Commissioner Schmidt and everybody who put all of the work into making sure that we had that minimum wage directive. Because part of the solution as well is getting money into the pockets of working people. And how do we do that? We make sure that they get their fair share of the wealth that they're creating in the company. So that's why we see collective bargaining as being a particular focus. It's a part of the solution. I know that many of the member states are struggling a little bit at the moment with the transposition. We're available to help as well, just to say that. And don't think that we don't have solutions. We do have. There's lots of different ways in which you can get to 80% of the workers covered by a collective agreement. And don't be afraid that it's going to destroy the economy. It doesn't. When Joe Biden put into place the high minimum wage, the research shows not only did it not have a negative impact on jobs, it had a significant improvement on the amount of jobs that were available. And the reason for that was because it was putting money back into the real economy. It was putting it back into the street. It was putting it, that people had that bit extra that they could afford to go and do something locally to support, we say, in particular, the SMEs who are as much being damaged by big business as the employers are, or as the workers are. So I think that we shouldn't be afraid of making sure that workers can bargain for a fair wage.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Esther. Probably at the end we have questions for you, more questions. But now I have a question for Pierre. Does the European Union's strategic autonomy lack a greater focus on social affairs?
Tout d'abord, moi, je voudrais remercier.
First of all, I would like to thank Portugal for this initiative and for hosting us here again in Porto. So I would like to complement the Swedish collaboration. I would also like to highlight this anchor, because we need to meet regularly in order to see the efforts that have been made, everything that has been made, but also everything that we still have to do. Anna said it this morning in her discourse, in her introductory discourse, that it is very important that we regularly make a stand, a state of play in what the social affairs stand in Europe. So thank you for all of those that started this dynamics in Porto. Now, as far as your question, well, I fully share what Esther just said. Our European social model that we defined together in 2017 in Gothenburg and that we relaunched again in Porto 2 years ago, I think it is not contradictory with attracting with the attractiveness and competitiveness of the EU. I say this as a Belgian labor minister, but also as a Belgian minister of economy, because this European social model actually is part of our attractiveness. And Esther just mentioned several examples like access to public services, social security, the right to have a job, the collective bargaining. All of this is part of the attractiveness and competitiveness of the EU at a social level, at the level of the economy in general. So I actually think that these are advantages that strengthen our attractiveness in periods of change and periods of fast transition, just as the ones we are living now with the double transition, digital and green transition. And this social model helps us take part in this logic and take active part in this double transition in an efficient way, but also in a fair way, and with equitable way for the entire population. We know that our European social model is always being put at stake, sometimes even from within the EU, but the model is still there. It is still there as an example for the whole world. So we should be aware of this. We should actually feel proud of it. And we should promote this social model, not only within the EU, within the EU member states, but also outside the EU. So when we speak about strategic autonomy of the EU, we also know that it is following the various crises that were mentioned here today already. And this strategic autonomy is the way of responding and being able to finally resist and absorb the different shocks that we go through, and also those that are to come, because they will come. We don't know when, how, but in what shape or in what sector, but we know that we will face in the coming decades more and new shocks. So in that way, the European social model based on each one's dignity, it is a great advantage. It is a set of values, principles, guiding principles and values that we find under the designation of decent work. It is an ongoing project. It's an ongoing movement that we must see it like Sisyphus that is pushing his rock and that starts his work every day. And this is a political goal that we have to keep pursuing continuously, like Sisyphus that pushes his rock or his boulder. And as the Minister of Economy of my country, I say that it allows European companies to be competitive at a worldwide level. It also allows social justice and world justice through a social level playing field, and it is a virtuous circle. And now, to answer your question, strategic autonomy must bear in mind the social aspects and promote the development of the European social model. We all know that the issue of the level playing field as social level at the worldwide level is largely insufficient. Often it is not even existing, or often it is overlooked. Even this morning we heard that there's much work going on in the EU to export our social model, but of course the due diligence and forced labor and a chapter on sustainable development, on commercial agreements, all of that. We also spoke in the United Nations, in OECD and in ILO, and I think Europe should keep promoting in a convinced way work with all partners that want to have access to the common markets for them to comply with the requirements in terms of labor rights and protection of the social rights. This is the way we can strengthen our social model in the whole world. Just as the EU is doing in terms of protecting the environment, I think we should and must do more in terms of protecting our social model, our model in terms of labor rights, there is a very important role to be played by institutions so that we can speed up and be stronger. And now, I would also like to say something about the message of our Ukrainian colleague. The geopolitical level does have social consequences. We see it everywhere in the EU. So following the terrible war and the aggression of Russia against Ukraine, so we must use this difficult moment, actually this tragic moment, in order to question this social dimension of the European model in our countries and abroad. And I would end by saying and look at the Director General of ILO and say that we need to position ourselves within the world coalition that is being pushed by Gilbert and state how can Europe contribute through its internal policies. We do it we speak about this every day, but also through its external policies. And the tripartite forum of ILO, it is one of the right places to have that debate, to hold that debate, and to give it a more important dimension. Thank you, Pierre. Thank you very much. Now, the next question.
Valeria, as you know, is Secretary General of SGI Europe. My question for you, Valeria, how does the social dimension of Europe influence its economics, competitiveness, and its position within the global markets?
I will answer, but before I want to explain who we are, because, Minister, you might not know us yet. We represent services of general interest, including the social services that you mentioned in your speech and that are so crucial in your country at the moment, but also in all our countries. I think that we can only see the competitive advantage, added value of our European social model when we will start reasoning like Prime Minister Costa said to us this morning, when we will start understanding that the European social model, the social market economy, are not just a safe harbor in time of crisis. And I think we are not yet there. Even here, where we are preaching the converted, because I think no one is disagreeing that European social model is the competitive advantage. I think we still have this tendency of, even in the narrative, saying we should advance in competitiveness, but at the same time not forget the social dimension, but at the same time not forget social rights. Even in your question, these two were, how can you do this without hampering the other? And that's the very mistake, I think. From our point of view as employers and providers of services of general interest, we always thought that a strong social market economy is a competitive advantage in terms of investment, attracting foreign direct investment, attracting, business that want to make business in Europe, because in Europe, as Esther said, you will find welfare state, you will find possibly, not always, unfortunately, not all over the place, strong social and physical infrastructure, transport, housing, healthcare, education, all what you need to establish in a country, and not only as a worker, but with your family, and to do business. With another important element that was not yet mentioned today, which is rule of law and democracy, because that's a kind of security that employers, business companies want to have when they come and invest in a country. So I think we should really stop to oppose the two. Competitiveness has embraced in itself the concept of the social dimension, and is our main fight at the moment to make this understood, that all actors are part of this competitiveness success.
what have as an instrument? What do we have as an instrument? It's not that, for instance, Esther, to answer to you, I don't agree with the tax issue. It's simply because why don't we intervene so much there, at least as SGI Europe, is because we want to be credible on what we can deliver. And tax legislation is not on our direct remit. So I know I can't promise anything as SGI Europe. What I can promise, on the contrary, is to influence the European semester, because as a social partner, we are always consulted. And here, as we have still some minister present, my call is to speed up the approval of the social convergence framework, which is a very brilliant pilot that Belgium and Spain started some time ago in a very clever way, step by step. No one should be scared about this instrument. It's very practical. It's going to really include economic and social. So please, let's do it, and let's do it very quickly, because then we can also have an impact on the economic governance review.
Okay, going straight. Yolanda, next question is for you. What is the role of social policy in Europeans' geopolitical strategy, and how does it shape its interactions with the other regions and the other continents?
I believe that this is a great question in the economic and social context where we stand. It's very hard. First, let me thank Portugal, Anna, for having us. And if you'll allow me, the solidarity with the Labor Minister of the Ukraine and her people for what we are experiencing. Thinking that 80 years ago, Spinelli and Rossi, when they defined the projects for the EU, they were right in thinking about these federations that put in the center of their action two main vectors, one of which was to improve the conditions of life of people, and the other is being able to get the emancipation of workers. Taking further steps, I'm sure that we realize that we were in '92 saying that the great step that Europe had to do, not with the translation between the role of decadence that could have Europe compared to the conversion into a great core of attraction and interest. I think that's the main goal, right? It was found in this redimensioning of the social scope in a definition that has to do with the social and democratic states, the so-called rule of law. This is what makes it strong. 80 years after, except for the differences in historical terms, we are experiencing moments of a great uncertainty, economic and social. And obviously, we are witnessing a political crisis. On the one hand, the pandemic, so it's a poly-crisis, multi-crisis. Also the effects of war on the Ukraine, the pandemic, climate emergency, environmental emergency, too many things that we need to put together, but with a pivotal element, which is inequality. The biggest challenge that we must face in order for Europe to become a huge pole of attraction, successful also, has to do with social scope. So to convert, as Mirror was saying, in a social pole, in the geopolitical value per se of Europe, this means that we can define as certain, as we did with the pandemic, a EU that came closer to citizens of Europe, to workers, strengthening social protection devices as never before. There was a strong bet in telling Europe that we were about to save it, despite what you were leaving. A lot of debt, a lot of issues that were not visible. It's a management process that is quite different from the one that we had in the financial crisis of proximity, But I must insist that the social is what must replace us or should put us in the first quarter of the 21st century in Europe. That's key. The main value here has to do with answering the elements of the crisis that we are experiencing. Why? Because like Pierre was saying, and I think that everyone said it actually, and also the Director General Lavilo in Philadelphia in '44 saying that labor is not a commodity. So we need to make it stronger from a social point of view. So we must define that people have rights. There is no better inclusion device in our society than labor. It needs to be generating jobs, decent jobs, jobs with rights in a tricky world. It is absolutely compatible. Digital economy with respecting human rights and the rights of labor, but also with a strong message into European youngsters, to European women, telling them that we must have a project that includes them. And that we will do it with great ambition and knowing that the next step is firm. In terms of the debate that we were just having, in terms of the climate emergency and the environmental crisis, I always say that transitions, we do it from the top, and we make the mistakes that my country did with the industrial reconversions that never arrived. But the transition, as I said, is that all elements of productive transformation, either they're done with the labor world within it, entrepreneurs, workers, they are the ones who know how to do things, or we will not be able to answer the climate crisis. So this means that in face of the debate that Antonio Costa was saying in the opening session, of putting a set of uncertainty and biggest fear, it seems that that's not the way to go. So we have in our hands, in order to be available to avoid that the challenge of transformation, green, digital, is huge. But if we do it with a phenomena of not creating but replacing. Some jobs will disappear. They are highly contaminating, that are not proper to this season, but we will be able to generate other jobs that bring added value, wealth, and sharing prosperity. And one thing also, in terms of that social pillar, Europe needs to be defined within the redesign of treaties, from a strong incorporation of labor, for a strong incorporation of unions, for a strong incorporation of the representatives of employers, and the social dialogue. I think that the tripartite commission must play a central role more than ever. We need social dialogue as a vector of transformation and social legitimation in Europe. And two main elements. We need to do something deep. And as we've heard in the previous sessions, we need to go to a democratic multilateralism. But there are two other things that we must do. Generating rights for labor, for youngsters, for women, for people who need it the most. But we need to have strategic autonomy. We don't have an ability of decision if we are between two vectors, which is China and Washington, among which we are not producing enough. So we have dependency from abroad. Potential of the social in Europe is key so that we can make a decision. We need to generate sustainable industries resilient to the climate emergency. We need, in the years of skills, to train workers in the vectors that we need them the most, no question about it, but knowing that we must do things that if we don't do it, we won't have the ability to decide on the future, which is here. The future is not coming, it's here already. So I think that the biggest tool we have is social Europe. If Europe is not social, in these times of uncertainty, I think that we will make an historical error. The best experiences always came from a shared prosperity. The crisis that we are experiencing in Europe has to do with the abandonment that is deepened at the end of work, at the end of this history, but the end of labor was in theory, and there is no end of labor. It's actually the opposite. Labor cannot be removed, but it should be identified, like Pierre was saying, around the parameters of ILO. And this makes us resilient, makes us stronger. It is in Europe that understood, like many other men and women, made it possible. So going towards an element of prosperity that's shared, I think that we select social dialogue as the best tool. In Spain, we had 18 social agreements that seemed to be impossible. They were not. No better tool of social legitimation. I was debating this with Pierre and with other colleagues. The negotiation of the riders' law is one of the best. So we need to share, and I'm hereby finished. We cannot forget that Europe is deeply aged. Its market, it's also aged. It's in a male perspective. And let's not forget that also the middle classes, even if the name is not right, are taking the blow. So to that question, we are in need of a social Europe, more feminism than ever and more ecology than ever. And I say this in the current debate of the EU around the Green Deal. We cannot take a step back. We need to make it carbon neutral. There is no choice. We should not take a step back. We should take a step forward with renewable energy, with everything that has to do with the creation of new jobs and added value to our economies. Well, you got me a different idea of a question. So how is it now to govern currently? Because you have two levels. It's a new path every day. There is no GPS, so how do you deal with it? How you deal with the country, with Europe? How do you connect all of this? Well, we've had shared experiences. Many colleagues here, right? Esther, Anna, Luke is around. I think that we have shared experiences of an exercise of democracy that has been quite interesting. But there is no GPS. No, of course not. It's trial and error. But we had an unequivocal vocation. We had some restlessness. We had a pandemic, and then we had to work. We had to do something. But I think that the policy has one thing to it. Having enough imagination, this means to have ideas. And I think that in countries, such of those who share experiences in the EU, we clearly show that we were able to do whatever is important to save companies, to save workers in our countries. So we did whatever was necessary. And that's the way to go, because this uncertainty is crazy. After what we have experienced, we are ready for almost everything. Let me thank social agents, because you have been part of these debates that we've had. But I think that's it. The key is, in this mechanism of shared prosperity that generates a balance, and that the citizenship feels that it is close to it and that it's useful. There is no charter, there is no roadmap, nothing works as a guarantee, but with all humbleness, I think that it has been worth it. 800,000 jobs in Spain disappeared. I had a meeting with the US government with 4 million jobs, and we did it. So when we try and face the problems, we can solve them. There are many solutions, but they need to come from the social. If we made the mistake of bringing back cuts, austerity, something that is seeing the world as something that is broke, we would fail. This is happening in the UK. So working collectively is the key. Let me thank my dear colleagues, because we have been working towards this goal, so it's worth it. Thank you. Piotr, next question.
Cohesion within European societies and fact their resilience and stability in the face of geopolitical challenges actual world.
Thank you very much. Just to follow on from what Yolanda was saying, we need more social Europe, we need more feminism, we need more equality, we also need more civil dialogue. So I'll bring in a little bit of a civil society perspective, or at least I'll try. Yeah. Yes, and I feel I'm part of this this debate here, again, 2 years later after the social summit. Because social cohesion has a crucial impact on the resilience and stability of European societies, and we are experiencing multiple converging emergencies. So we're coming out of the COVID-19 pandemic. We have Russia's brazen and criminal war in Ukraine, cost of living and the demographic crisis, and the need to transition to climate neutrality in a very socially just and inclusive way. This all comes together, and because during the past crisis, we have seen that those who were already at the receiving end of being the worst off actually were hit the hardest, because they were often the least prepared and the least resilient to overcome them. And that was despite some measures that were introduced to protect them from the pandemic, to protect them from the cost of living crisis, to lessen their impacts. And a lot has been told today about learning lessons from two years ago from Porto Social Summit. I think we also need to learn the lessons from the converging crises, learn from them, protect and support people. And this really requires strong, resilient, and well-funded social protection systems, because that way we can mitigate the effects of the current crisis on people, but also accompany them through the twin transitions. And I think what I really would like to say is that everybody needs to have a floor to stand on, but it's a floor through which it's not about allowing people just to survive, but it's allowing people to thrive. Thriving, not surviving, is what to us at Social Platform, and I'm sure to all of us here, that's what leaving no one behind is. Because that phrase is being kept repeated all the time, but let's also define what it really means. That means allowing people to thrive. And then that brings me back to the key compass of this debate, the social pillar. Without a full and ambitious implementation of the pillar, revision of the action plan, we won't be able to achieve Europe's objectives and overcome these challenges. The revision of the action plan will take place in 2025 and set initiatives at EU level. This will steer the EU member states' direction as well. And we should make all efforts possible to turn all the 20 principles of the social pillar into reality. And I'm very clear about this. This needs to involve both civil society and social partners. This partnership is extremely important to us. And this must happen at all levels, right from the very beginning of drafting the new revised action plan through to developing initiatives to implement those activities and to evaluate them together. And we really stand ready together with our members to provide the expertise from the ground. And two concrete examples of what is needed as part of the social pillar action plan is the one in the near future relates to economic governance review. Because huge green and social investments are needed to bring our economies and our people safely and fairly through the green and the digital transition. And we fear that the current proposal for reforming EU fiscal rules and economic governance framework does not really sufficiently enable member states to make those investments. And we need sensible deficit and debt reduction rules as well, because we believe, and I think this has been said as well here on this panel, we cannot afford any return to austerity. Because if we do not invest in our social infrastructure and the future of well-being of people, we will not be able to have resilient and stable societies. I'll now echo what Valeria said as well about welcoming the Belgian and Spanish proposal for the social convergence framework, because this can really foster and direct reforms and investments where they are most needed. So it shouldn't be feared, but we should be also consulted and engaged in supporting the two upcoming presidencies in its implementation and getting other member states to buy into the framework. And in the longer term, for us, it's about the minimum income directive, because 2 years ago, in 2021, here in Porto during the social summit, all partners committed to reduce the number of people living in poverty by 15 million by 2030. And the reality is that in 2021, it was measured that just over 95 million people in the EU were at risk of poverty or social inclusion. And minimum income schemes are really one of the last defenses against poverty for people in vulnerable situations. Because this is about ensuring that people who do not have work currently can live a good life as they really engage in reskilling and in training, and to ensure that the green and digital transitions are just. The problem is that in 2023, not really any of the EU member states are still having minimum income schemes which are guaranteeing that people live above the poverty line. And also the last 30 years have shown that soft law measures will not be enough. So we're calling for a framework directive on minimum income to be adopted in the next legislation. And also improving minimum income schemes must also mean ending youth discrimination. We have picked up the theme of youth significantly as well. Both 2 years ago during the social summit, we need to pick it up again in Fórum. Young people are also paying bills. So they're also facing the same rising bills. So there shouldn't be discrimination on the basis of their age. So following from the European Parliament call in March 23 on the directive on minimum income to tackle poverty, let's be clear that if we talk today about the European social model, we really cannot accept the fact that we have people living in poverty in Europe. And people are speaking. 9 in 10 Europeans consider social Europe to be important to them personally, and nearly 80% of Europeans believe that overall public spending on key social policies should increase. And we're approaching the next European Parliament elections next year. It is up to all of us to demonstrate that we are listening. It is up to us to show that Europe can deliver for all people who call it home. And to wrap up this part, I would really like to thank Portugal for pushing for a continuation of the spirit and commitments made at the 2021 Social Summit in Porto. Anna, you remember the spin? There were 4 people holding hands. Now there are 2 people, but they're embracing. And here in Portugal, you've really embraced, I mean, forget the fact that there was an election thrown in as well. You really embraced so much change, positive change, as part of the Social Pillar Action Plan as well. So thank you for that. But also thank you so much for inviting our European family from Ukraine and Moldova to this conference, to this forum, to this panel. I believe that we must not stop supporting Ukraine, other countries such as Moldova as well, but specifically about Ukraine for us. For me personally, as a Pole as well, this is of existential importance in Europe. And we need to continue supporting Ukraine and Moldova as well in their accession to the European Union. And Oksana, your country and your beautiful people really belong in the European Union. So thank you very much again for having you here. But please, Portugal cannot be left on its own. So we need other member states, we need other EU institutions to step up the efforts and build more social Europe for everyone. Thank you.
Good, thanks. And now we're going to open this amazing panel to the audience. I invite you to listen to the question of Minister Claude Hagen from Luxembourg. Where is the microphone? No? It's on the list. That's why I ask. Okay, let me know if the next one is here. Okay. State Secretary Rolf from Germany. Oh. You saved my day.
Oh, thank you for this very interesting panel. And actually, I'm all the time, by listening to you, reflecting on something which I'm concerned with. I'm not sure whether I should talk about it, but I'm wondering, Nicolas, whether all our techniques of support for candidates are at a good level, whether we should really recheck our techniques, how to support countries who are so nice to want to be members of the European Union, whether we have, in the field of social policy, where we have influence, I'm not talking about the whole picture, that maybe there we could be a little bit more practical. Maybe we should take it as an impulse from this afternoon. We have the twinning process, we have some cooperation, we have some nice talks, we have something we're doing, but maybe even here we could do better. So it's more a thought than a question.
Please.
A very practical answer to that, because, okay, it's not the same situation, but as social partners, we were faced with trying to invent social dialogue in the, overnight, when there was a big enlargement process in 2004. We had a joint project going to countries that for the first time saw trade union and workers sitting around the same table. We didn't virtually have enough time to do that. So I'm looking at Esther and would like to propose something very practical, that we try and conceive something where from tomorrow on we come together to Ukraine and start to build it. A bit like Oliver said this morning, we should include you on our daily life from now. So Esther, let's do something.
So let's go in October.
Good.
Because we already met the minister to say that we were willing to go, and if we could get some support for a capacity building project, I think that would be great. So I shake your hands on that. Let's go in October.
Just very briefly, I think a very concrete example of where we can do more practically as well is the child poverty reduction, which is a key principle of the social pillar of European Pillar of Social Rights. And the Council recommendation on the child guarantee is a deliverable of the action plan. So also candidate countries are encouraged to follow as part of their EU accession. And then civil society organizations are already asking the European Commission to propose measures to integrate the implementation of the Child Guarantee Council recommendation as a guideline for candidate countries towards their access to the EU, because this can also address inequalities and invest in EU's future citizens who will be coming from the candidate countries.
No one say something more? No? Okay, next question from Lucia Studnikna. Lucia is here. Please, microphone to Lucia.
Thank you very much. Lucia Studnicna, European Economic and Social Committee Workers Group. 2 years ago here in Porto, it actually generated the new impetus for the EU social agenda amidst the COVID-19 crisis. And now we can remember it as one of the major events that helped to turn promises and principles of the European Pillar of Social Rights into reality by Commission designing the action plan. This Porto actually reminds us that the work started, but we are still quite far from full implementation and impacts on normal people. In 1 year from now, we are having the European elections. So the time between now and then gonna be quite full in preparing and designing programs and strategies for the elections. Plus, there are still some leaders, and I am from a country where this is quite widespread, that think that respecting social rights and investing in decent working conditions is detrimental for the economic competitiveness. So here I'm just asking, how can we ensure, though, that Europe can sustain the favorable momentum for the social agenda of recent years and the development that we are just now living in, including the war in Ukraine and the green and digital challenges we are facing. And these all are testing our social models. Let's not talk about the European social model, because we are having 27 different models and the impact is different in the countries. But especially, how can we highlight the need of innovation in the social agenda? Because we need it. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. We have the answer for this? Yes, please.
A small part of it. So at our Congress last week, Commissioner Schmidt was there, and one of the discussions that we had was about how can we use investment or public procurement to promote skills training, apprenticeships, quality jobs. And one of the tools we're interested in looking at is having social conditionalities to make sure that companies, when they rightfully get supports, that they're not then trying to compete by having low wages and low terms of conditions. We've got to drive that high road approach again, not have rules in place that encourage a race to the bottom. So I think that's something we could do. I know that it's already having a real impact where it's done. I won't steal that story that belongs to Anna, but so it's something that really works, and it really works fast. Because I think that's one of the challenges that we have as advocates for the EU, is that it takes years, and then we have this, and then it's the Commission proposal, and it goes to the Parliament, and then there's a Council, and there's a trilogue, and then there's a 5-year, and people say to me, Esther, you're serious? We have a problem now, and you're talking about 7 years from now. So I think that the faster we can do things, the better. I'm not saying we get rid of democracy, I'm not saying that at all, but I am saying we need to be able to hit the workplaces with the new rights that we have faster than we're currently able to. So social conditionalities and investment, and then try and make the implementation of the directives that we have hit the workplaces before the European elections.
Any comment from the panel? Okay, you can applaud. Please.
Just a very brief comment, because in the question, the word innovation, how do we look for innovation, was mentioned. And I think, and Esther mentioned, the time lag that it takes to create a difference. Well, when you have major disruptor events, such as Russia's invasion of Ukraine, what happened in the borders of Ukraine, for example, in Poland, in Romania? The adaptation and the solutions were done almost immediately. The innovation came up from the ground. It came from the people, and very often from civil society organizations, volunteering sector, who came together and started implementing a change rapidly and on the spot before the governments even stepped in as well. You asked Yolanda a question about the GPS, or the fact that there's no GPS. Yeah. I actually don't agree, because I think the GPS is the people of Europe as well. Yeah. And we need to engage them as well in that process, because the innovation is about talking to those on whom the policies will have the ultimate impact as well.
More answer? No, it's okay.
Sí. Bueno, yo creo que la pregunta que formulaba.
I think that the question that was asked is a key question. So, I think that in a paper that we presented today in Belgium and Spain is very interesting in this regard, because the debate that we have opened in this forum, Pierre and myself, is that we formulate somehow the possibility that that we consolidate the social in the model of Europe that we want, so that we build in the social into the Europe that we want and that we are already living in. So the formulations that we do and the protocols on social progress included in the European debate, including it in the treaties, is key. It's critical because, as you said, rightly said, if we take so long, excessive time to respond to things that should be responded to quickly, we are creating damage on ourselves. So it should not be a social response thought for each crisis in specific, but no, a structural change that can last. So the debate that we have opened is important not only for the social debate, like the mechanism for social protection and so on, but as a structural response. We have to review the SHUHEC. We also worked on that with Italy, with Andrea Orlando, and the need to configure a kind of SHUHEC, as we did at that time, for a fund for the green and digital transition, but also the formulation that we did in a paper of including a charter of labor rights. So I think that what to do is to build in the social aspect and have a new scenario in which we have to start a new procedure each time we have an issue, because they might fire. Like Esther was saying. She was saying that the debate on the directive of minimum wage, if I think it from my office, I would never think that we would have it ready. And the years it took for these debates, these are highly ineffective for contemporary societies, because our societies are digital societies, fast societies that need immediate responses. We cannot go lagging 10 years behind. So we need things that are ready and fast. And building in the social rights, all of this is compatible with social rights. So I sincerely believe it. And I would like to give Valeria and Pietro I want to thank them for their support, because that is also very important. Because I wanted to say that this paper that we formulated, it explains the need of changing treaties and providing structural responses from the social point of view, and that are modern and critical for the modern society. I want to give a message to the people, to companies and society, that we are here. We're here, that we need to innovate, we need to move forward, we need to develop our agenda and develop transformation processes from public and private sector. But it cannot take 10 years or 15 years being debated. No. So, Valeria, can the last social agreement come up in 10 years? No, we cannot. We have to improve things and do them quickly.
Hey. deserves. Valeria can say something about that.
Yeah, and immediately also answering to Yolanda and clarify, I didn't support the social framework convergence just because of our vocation as socially responsible employers, but because there is really a business case to it. And it really very much fit with the question on innovation. We need, as employers, to have the infrastructure to innovate, and the social conferential framework is, for me, a tool to innovate through the semester, but also to continue on that way, because, usually when it comes to innovation, employers are those that are called upon. We are asked to be innovative. I want to give you an answer from the standpoint of social service of general interest. There are various aspects of innovation. One way to innovate would be, for instance, for political and economic actors and institutions to recognize that sectors that are not considered as such yet are a hub for innovation. Social economy that we represent is clearly one. There is a big untapped potential. Then this is transversal. On the daily life as an employer, in order to innovate, we have to have effective and fast procedure. And that is why a word that is a kind of taboo for trade union, better regulation, is for us a mean to have rules that can make us go fast enough to respond to the needs of our users as a services provider, of our workers, etc. So a well-implemented better regulation agenda is something that can help us through. And finally, a word, I don't want to be the party breaker here, but on the capacity of people to find the GPS. I totally agree, but it cannot always be the case. It doesn't always work. Co-creation is a great tool. At the local level, it can work greatly, but let's be attentive not to transform the co-creation, buzzword as an excuse and pretext for the public authorities, the state, the welfare state, not to do their job. And I'm very strong about this because the European election can have a very negative effect and boomerang effect from the promise we didn't deliver to the citizens that were for 2 years on the Conference on the Future of Europe. I am pretty concerned about the fact that this big co-creation process was a very nice process. I loved to be there. I met a lot of citizens that had a lot of expectation, and very likely we are not going to deliver by June 2024. So co-creation can be great, but then it has to be, implemented.
Okay, thanks a lot. Another question, we have an inscription from Sesimus Boland. I think is okay. I said the name correctly, more or less. The microphone for that, please. The micro? Okay. No, it's okay, it's there. Please tell me your name.
Yes, of course. Well, first of all, it's from Ireland, and it's the Irish for James. It's called Seamus.
Ah, okay.
Seamus Boland.
Seamus,
Esther
okay,
can tell you
sorry.
that. First of all, I want to thank you, all of you, for what has been a very interesting discussion. And on the European social model, I think I should go home after I heard Pietro talking from the social platform, because he said something. We had our own conference in Stockholm last week where we said precisely the same things. And I was glad to see Esther and Valerie shaking hands on something. I want to know, will somebody shake hands with myself and Pietro on a couple of things? Firstly, how do we include civil society organizations in a more meaningful way in this discussion? Because Esther rightly talked about Europe as a great model, and it is. But sometimes the holes appear. Not anybody's fault, they just do. And when we saw COVID, and indeed the war in Ukraine, massive responses from civil society organizations to fill in those holes, because aid was got. And during COVID, lots of distribution networks had to be formed in order to protect and help people who were living under restrictions. And this was provided by the civil society organizations. And yet we're not at any meaningful table, and we're not part of any meaningful discussion in terms of learning from what we have learned. So I would love if the Porto Summit, which I congratulate Portugal for continuing with, would shake hands with some of us in civil society so that we could bring that meaningful place to the table?
Well, great question. I don't know who is first to answer. Please.
I want to actually disagree with Valeria on something. Can I do that? And then Seamus say will, then Seamus say will. Yeah, so it's this better regulation, which unfortunately gets interpreted in the magical atmosphere as being deregulation. And I want to put forward an alternative perspective. And that is we need to stop thinking about it as a drag on enterprise. Because when I buy something that has the European mark on it, I know it's not going to poison me or my children or my family. I know that it's been tested. I know that it hasn't. That there's a regime in place to make sure that there's no misery involved in the production of it. That it hasn't polluted the environment, particularly the case for food. So I don't see that getting rid of regulations necessarily in the long run makes us more competitive. So I just want to put that, and I know that wasn't what you were saying, so I do want to say that. So Seamus, what I would say on that is that, and I'm sorry Oliver Rubkert is gone, because I don't accept that you're not part of something meaningful. So he's coming back. The perfect moment, because Oliver, there's a challenge on how to include civil society, and I see that there is already in place a way for civil society, but I don't want to speak for you now, Oliver. But so I don't think that it's that's all I say. Yeah.
Please.
Власне, мені здається, те, що відбувається в нашій країні, є дуже таким хорошим варіантом протестити всі механізми, які дозволяють швидко відповідати і дозволяють швидко реагувати на надзвичайні виклики.
I think that the situation that we have in Ukraine can give you the possibility to test everything, to test how you can respond to the situations that are crisis situations.
І якщо говорити про те, що дозволило нам зберегти свою соціальну політику і витримати перший найгарячіший рік війни, по суті, не заваливши цілісність нашої держави в соціальній сфері.
And what was important for us in order to guarantee that our social policy and social governance continue to be functional during the war,
то це якраз, власне, поєднання трьох складових, про які ми щойно говорили. Інновацій, тобто цифрові рішення, можливість впливати без людського фактору на ті чи інші політики через інструменти, які є цифровізованими.
Was those three things that were mentioned today, and one of them is innovation and implementation of digital social services when one person cannot influence the decision and when this decision can be general and universal.
Друге, що дуже важливо, гнучкість в ухваленні рішень. Насправді, надмірна бюрократизація, вона забирає надто багато часу, і коли ти обираєш між результатом і правилами, то, напевно, не завжди треба слідувати дуже детальним правилам, а все ж таки їх оптимізувати в користь результату.
And another important thing is flexibility, because when you have to react quickly and you have to choose good result or good procedure, you should choose good result and you should change the procedure in order to be efficient and quicker.
І третє, що дозволяє бути більш гнучким урядам, які все одно є досить консервативними, це, власне, залученість громадянського суспільства. Саме наше українське громадянське суспільство виявилось найпершою, найшвидшою відповіддю, особливо в соціальній сфері, для того, щоб стабілізувати ситуацію. Тому ми також думаємо над тим, щоб більше включати їх в інструменти нашого врядування.
And the third important thing is civil society participation, because in Ukraine the participation of civil society was the key point to preserve Ukraine and to preserve the government structure as well. And that's why we are trying to understand how to make them more active in all the procedures of decision making.
Нам, як кандидату в члени Європейського Союзу, також дуже важливо, щоб ті моделі, які формуються в Європейському Союзі, були достатньо гнучкими і дозволяли нам адаптуватися до існуючих умов з врахуванням тої ситуації, яка в нас є сьогодні.
We, as a candidate country with a candidate status, it's very important for us to understand what procedures are created in the European Union, and it is important for those procedures to be flexible so that we can also adapt them to our reality and to the situation that we are having with the war.
Thank you. We have more. Oh, you wanna? Okay. No, it's okay. Okay, we have no more time, but I have one last question to Yolanda. Quais são as prioridades para a Espanha?
What are the priorities for Spain when you preside to the European Council promoting the social model in terms of geopolitical stance? What are your priorities? Well, very quickly, I would like that Spanish presidency would be connected with the works of the Portuguese presidency and directly with the Belgian presidency within a social model that is shared. This means that there are debates that must be continued on what we have been working, and that from the Spanish presence we will try to bring forward. The element of incorporation of democracy in companies with everything that it entails. Democracy is the deepening in all procedures of collective bargaining that needs to be innovative. Nothing better than bringing to the world of labor the great transformations of production models, digital, ecological. So we are working in terms of collective bargaining, but I insist that it's actually lowering it to the field of the specific in the negotiation to make the realities in terms of the climate emergency and the unions in terms of the companies that are part of this debate. I insist, if we don't do it, we will be mistaken and we will have a transition from there on. In terms of this process, we will work a lot in the presence in terms of social dialogue. We are quite excited with it, with the agreements of disconnection and of working from a distance that we are trying to lead. And I think that it will be, if possible, that the government of itself, that we can materialize in a directive that I believe that what we will have in Europe, not conveying that there are social dialogues for the big subjects that need to be addressed. This is a main factor. All elements in terms of decent labor, all the elimination of the low-cost labor in Europe and the different elements of precariousness, and as a factor in terms of the mental health, in terms of pathologies to which we are witnessing from the pandemic. So they need to be central, strengthening, as said, the role of the tripartite social view. This is very important. The previous question was in terms of what we have to do is to socialize in the dialogue, or else we will be mistaken. If we don't incorporate the civil society, the debate that we are having here, we will be mistaken with a shared language also. We need to speak the same language, different interests, sure, between employers and unions, but the same language. And the same language means that we cannot have low-cost formulas. We need to have serious companies that are strong and robust. Decent labor must be their identity. Also, a shared view on training. That's a huge challenge, training. and we need to have a common language, and we need to improve wages in Europe. That's a key element. There are problems that we are experiencing in many sectors. I could mention specific ones. Low wages, for example, don't allow to live decently. And not just minimum wages, but also wages that are decent and allow for the European citizenship to live with decency. Of course, that in these elements of the strength of the social European power, that was the entry for the factor of citizenship. And now we cannot make sure that that happens. We have thousands of poor workers in Europe. Better jobs and the challenge of the mechanisms of the social convergence, Spanish, Belgium, we will do it the same way that we have presented today. So we hope that everything is successful and that we can go deeper for the social Europe that we are looking for.
Have a small coffee break to return here to the last panel of the day. Thanks a lot. Helena.
Thanks very much. I would like to inform everybody that we are aiming for an early finish, so if you can come back at 10 past 5, and we can follow with the next session and then a final ceremony, aiming to finish a bit earlier. So if you can come back for 10 past 5, that would be great. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody, for taking your seats. We are just about to start our final panel of the day. The pillar of social rights, looking ahead.
It works? Okay. Welcome again to the last panel of the day. I'm going to introduce my guests to this final panel. The theme is the pillar of social rights looking ahead. At my left, I have Frank Vandenbroeken. I spelled well? Yes. Okay, great. He's Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Social Affairs and Public Health of Belgium. José Luís Escrivá, Minister of Inclusion, Social Security and Migration of Spain. Agnes Jongerius. Okay. Agnes, okay.
Very okay.
Is member of the European Parliament. And Dennis Radke. It's easy.
Yes,
it's
absolutely.
Thanks all for being part of this last panel of the day. Start, ladies. The first question is for Agnes. What is necessary to strengthen the social dimension within the EU, European Union?
I think the first thing which is really necessary is to show that it's serious. And in that sense, I think the initiative the Portuguese took, not only organizing the social forum now, but also promising to organize this every 2 years. That's a way of showing it's serious. We want to see that there will be progress. And I think this is a commitment which I think is important because in a way, if I look at Europe at the moment, you see in a lot of member states workers going on strike. And I should say rightfully so, because like in the previous years, employers have made, I said before in Berlin on the ETUC Congress, a shitload of profits without dealing that together with the workers. So I think it's important to show that indeed it's time now that this European dream or the European promise is being a reality to everyone. And Dennis and I, we worked on the directive on minimum wages. With the enormous cost of living crisis at the moment, I think the first call should be quick implementation of this directive. Luckily, some of the member states have already started, some have not. But a quick implementation of the minimum wage directive is, I think, the first answer we need to give to those workers who think, how do I make ends meet? I think the second thing which is important, also part of this directive, is that we get the number of people being protected by a collective agreement up. In the European law, we wrote down every member state should reach the goal of 80% of the workers covered by a collective agreement. And here, let's say, let's put our money where the law is. So if we are handing out public money, let's make it a condition that workers are covered by a collective agreement. I know the Portuguese have already introduced some kind of legislation around this, and I think it's a very, very good example. And perhaps we also need to change the public procurement directive around this. And perhaps you allow me to mention 2 other things. Also, let's say, part of the experience of last year, rising energy prices, people in Europe will have to choose between housing or heating. Luckily, member states were stepping in to help people to overcome this energy crisis. And I must say, I'm totally shocked by the fact that now the European Commission in the semester report is saying there should come an end to this support in the energy crisis, for the energy prices. And I think here, can someone guarantee me that next winter the prices will not go up too? And if we are taking the pillar seriously, let's look at pillar number 20, which says everyone is entitled to affordable and good quality essential service that contains energy prices, that contains, of course, also perhaps water, which will be a problem. Housing, affordable housing is also a thing which I think we should keep pushing for. And then just perhaps the last remark. We made a promise 2 years ago to diminish the number of people in poverty. Haven't succeeded yet. So I think we should recall this promise and make new steps and for me, let's make new steps in fighting poverty among children, because we know that children who grow up in poverty will have the consequences all their life long. So let's keep that one high on our agenda.
In the last panel, in the last panel, we talk about a lot of talk about the future, and I never listen education, the meaning of the education in that idea for future.
Yeah, but we also know, of course, that, let's say, if children have to go to school without breakfast, and that's happening, and that's not only happening in the poorer countries, it's also happening in my member states, the Netherlands. People don't have the money to send their kids to school with a filled stomach. If you're hungry, you cannot really do your best at school. So I think fighting poverty is also something which is absolutely necessary to give children of Europe a better future.
Mm-hmm. Frank, next question is for you. Which concrete measures will next presidencies of the Council push forward to strengthen the European social model?
Yes, thank you. Well, we have the Swedish presidency, then we have the Spanish presidency, and then the Belgian government will indeed have the presidency in the first half of 2024. And since that is the end of the actual legislature and, let's say, the beginning of a new one, we must be ambitious. So our ambition is not just to come up with punctual measures, but really to contribute to setting the strategic agenda of the EU in social policy for the next 5 years. That's our ambition. Now, obviously, I think in this room it's self-evident to say that we should keep the European pillar of social rights very, very high on the EU's agenda for the next 5 years. But also, thank you, but also not just keep it high on the agenda, but also keep it alive and kicking, which means that we should pursue delivery. Now, when the pillar was launched back in 2017, we said that for the pillar to become a tangible reality, to deliver, the Union had to mobilize all the instruments at its disposal. Legislation, part of the pillar had to be translated into EU legislation. Processes of coordination, like the recommendation on access to social protection, new actors like the European Labour Authority, but also the pillar should inspire and be supported by the economic and fiscal policies of the EU. Now, we would like to work on all those elements. For instance, we would like to have a thorough evaluation of the European Labour Authority with a view to reinforcing it. We would like to give a new life and a stronger life to the recommendation on access to social protection. But also we would like to work on this bridge between the social, let's say the pillar of social rights on the one hand, and the economic and fiscal policies of the EU on the other hand. And let me elaborate a little bit on that. Because there is a kind of urgency there. We now have the review of the economic governance. We will enter into a new phase of the European semester. And the question is whether that nice idea that there should be a bridge between the social and the economic will become tangible. That is the reason why, together with our Spanish colleagues, we argued that we needed a social convergence framework, and we did make some progress, but it's not a done deal. Let me explain. Basically, the social convergence framework is about having this objective of upward social convergence also as a key element in the European semester. Now, upward social convergence, in a sense, is the overarching idea behind the pillar. How can you have that really entrenched into the European semester? Well, not by creating a new and very complex process. That's not what we will do. I know that there is fear about this. That is not what we will do. We will simply use existing indicators, existing data, but use them in a better way to really focus on upward social convergence and then translate that into appropriate, well-adapted recommendations and policies in the context of the European semester. I think that's absolutely key. It must be done. Otherwise, it's all talk. And so I know that some governments are nervous about this because they think, oh, again, the process, and we will have to invent new indicators and submit new data. That's not the case. It's not the case. It's using what exists in a better way and using it with focus. That is the social convergence framework. And I hope that at the next EPSCO Council meeting in June, we can endorse it, because there's been a report by a working party on that social convergence framework. That report has been accepted by the committees, by EMCO, by SPC, and I hope that we have a political endorsement about it in June. And there's a bit of an urgency there, because we need it, let's say, by October, November, in order to be able to introduce it in the European semester in time. Then there is an idea, but I think José Luis can talk also about that. Our idea is also that next to this social convergence framework, we have to really work on the argument that well-organized social policy, well-organized social investment adds to the productive capacity of our societies and thus also to fiscal consolidation. And if countries are committed to that, you should also give them time for fiscal consolidation. That could be a very good argument for the flexibility we talk about. And that must become concrete and operational.
Dennis, for you. I have also a question for you. You applaud at the beginning. Why you applaud? Because it's a straight idea for the...
No, I applaud it because I very much agree with Frank that we have to keep the question of implementing the pillar, the social pillar, must be in the center of European decision makers. And I think this event here, and the event 2 years ago that took place here in Porto, is a proof that we are on the right track. And to be honest, I'm very proud to attend here, because we as a parliament, we pushed very, very hard for the social summit in Porto. We pushed very hard for the action plan. We pushed very hard to have this kind of follow-up here for the Porto summit. So this is really directly connected to our work. And to be honest, this is a thing which is directly connected to my heart. And that is why I spontaneously applauded when the minister said this must be key also in the next 5 years, also in the next term.
And in your opinion, what role should social partners and the wider European social play?
Well, social partners and the question of the work of social partners is key in my eyes. And when you have a look at what we have worked out together in the minimum wage directive, in Germany we say it's the roter Faden. So it's a kind of line throughout the whole dossier, strengthening social partnership, involvement of social partnership. Also the question of capacity building in Eastern Europe, where we do not have that social partners traditions like in many Western European countries. But to be honest, when I look at this current situation of social dialogue on the European level, I think some improvement can be made and should be made, because we as a European Parliament, together with the Commission, we forced the social partners to come up with solutions for the question of right to disconnect. Because I worked for a trade union before becoming member of parliament. So I'm deeply convinced that some questions, some issues are better solved by the social partners. And to come up with answers on the right to disconnect, I think this is one of the issues. But I must confess, from time to time, I'm a bit concerned of the business side, because in many cases, I see ideological objections, but not real answers to the problems we are facing. And okay, from time to time, it's necessary to start negotiations with ideological objections, but there must come the time where you say, okay, and now we are facing the problem and we make a deal. And this I really miss. And in my eyes, we have two engines at the moment driving social Europe forward. The one is the Commission, and I must say, with Ursula von der Leyen at the head of the Commission, together with our friend Nicola Schmidt, we have a great duo that really has power and the strength and the will to drive it forward. And we have a Parliament, especially an ample committee. Yeah, Esther is pointing to us. I would never do that, but you're allowed to do so. Well, who's really pushing hard? And the third engine, social partners, social dialogue, would be very nice, but at the moment, I must say, the engine hasn't been raised to the full, so there is some room for improvement.
Well, but now we talk about the green and the digital transition, all of this. What can we ensure to everybody benefits to live better and with dignity? The question is for José Luís.
Well, it is clear that the green and digital transformation may entail transitional cost. And this transitional cost may have the potential to badly hit groups and individuals. So it's very important that we design a strategy in order to avoid that from happening, or at least mitigate at most what this may happen from these processes. I think it's well visualizing a strategy maybe in three levels. The first level should be anticipation, being preemptive. Whatever policy for green transformation, digital transformation, need to be accompanied with well identification of the possibility that groups, individuals are negatively affected. Yeah. And the sooner you react, the better. Early anticipation is key, and this needs to be part of the policy itself. The second level, I would say, should be labeled as a smart investment on human capital. At the end of the day, if people need to be moving to another sector or change their activities, rescheduling, upscaling, everything is correct. But the key word is doing in a smart manner, doing in a way in which the outcome is basically that these people remain in the labor market. And here I think it's very important that the policies, the human capital policies are targeted, evidence-based, and I think it's also very important that they are embedded in the internal flexibility mechanism, which we, from the public sector, we support the firms in trouble, so that the short-term protection mechanism with public support be conditional on clear reskilling and upskilling by firms and in a well-defined manner. And I think the third level should be a strong safety net with well-defined inclusion and integration mechanisms. If in spite of being preemptive, if in spite that we have reskilling and upskilling policies, if in spite of all this, at the end of the day, there are people who lose their jobs, we need first to develop very strong protection mechanisms, but these mechanisms should not end up with subsidies as such. But it's very important that these mechanisms contain inclusion and integration elements in order to help people to move back to the labor market, to move back to a better situation in the society. I think these are the elements. So in sum, we need a strategy with a very strong sense of awareness that we need being preemptive, being invest on human capital reskilling in a very smart and innovative manner, and at the end of the day, being prepared with a strong safety net where inclusion and integration should be key.
I'm not a politician. I'm just a curious journalist in at this moment. But I feel our time is just like Magallanes and Elcano to go somewhere. We talked in the last panel about the maps and GPS for the future. The question is for all of you, how we find that way?
I think the European pillar can be this GPS or the map because they have a clear promise, but it is a promise for a better life for all people in Europe.
We need to find another world, a new world.
But I think we should, in a way, if we take this roadmap seriously, and we are here because we take the roadmap seriously, we should be also be able to deliver the promise to all Europeans that we're not going to repeat the mistakes of the past.
Yeah.
So with the pillar, I think you can say to the European citizens, you are protected against new austerity measures.
Yeah.
Because if you say the only way is up, I don't know who wrote this song, The Only Way is Up. If you say the only way is up, then the European pillar can be indeed this roadmap for a better life for Europe.
We have a lot of levels here. The digital, the green, yes.
No, but if I may, I think that indeed the European Pillar of Social Rights can remain our compass. And I think the beauty and the strength of it is that is a set of principles. I should say initially, I was also a little bit skeptic because I thought, well, again, these nice principles. But the strength of this is that you can apply them indeed to many different contexts. You talk about digital transformation, artificial intelligence, etc. Well, even in a world, or the more so in a world of artificial intelligence, algorithms, digitalization, the principle that every European who is working, who is contributing productively in whatever sector, whatever activity, whatever country of Europe, whatever employment status, should have a right to adequate social protection, that remains key. The more so in the world of artificial intelligence and digitalization. Think about the whole discussion of platform work. The basic principle is that if you organize someone's employment, you do have a certain responsibility for that person. You do have a certain responsibility for that person.
The correct tools.
Okay, exactly. So I think even in that new world, the basic principles remain our compass.
Okay. Yes, please.
One addition to that, I think this question is really important. I think we should use the pillar as a roadmap, and we have to ensure, especially also with having an eye on the election next year, that we can give a clear message that Europe has delivered in solving problems and making lives better. I think the platform discussion is really one key issue, because we are talking, not overall, but in some aspects, about modern slavery, about 5 million people in the European Union which are bogus self-employed and falsely classified. And one last remark, when we do not deliver on this, we are not only in an economic and socially very critical situation, we are also in a political very critical situation. Look at the polls in major countries, look at the polls in my country. We have a right-wing AfD in second place in Germany, and my message is very clear. If we do not deliver on social issues, there will be no political GPS system in Europe, because the right-wing populist will shoot down the satellite.
Okay. I think José Luis can help one more.
No, I think that in this uncertain world, there are reasons to be optimistic. And compared for a moment the response to the financial crisis at the European level with the response first to the pandemic and then to the war in Ukraine, I mean, it's completely different. Here, there has been a genuine European-wide response in the pandemic with the resilience and recovery plan, and of course with the coordinated vaccine policy, and now with Ukraine with a number of initiatives. So looking ahead with this uncertain world, what we need is always a European response, being together, and the social pillar is an immense instrument with all the principles and the possible developments, being together as a European, confronting the world ahead together, and with the instrument that we have developed at the European, I mean, there are reasons to be optimistic that we can deal with these uncertainties and overcome them.
We have not... Okay, you can applaud. We have not so much time, but just one question from Valeria. Where is Valeria? Oh, Valeria, please. Where is micro? Is here. Okay, but you can talk. No, it's okay. We have already.
As an employer, I need to react because I don't think it's right to make speculation about the negotiation. How are they going if you are not at the negotiating table? The negotiation on right to disconnect and telework, I think they are going pretty well. We will make it. We will be there. The bad news for everyone is that social partners are back. We are negotiating. We want to negotiate. We will make a negotiation of an agreement that will be transposed into a directive. So I think it's really not helpful to say what is going on a table where the parliament is not. Mm-hmm. You say that business have an ideological view. We have not. So, I mean, I'm not business, I'm SGI Europe, but still, I mean, it's very important not to, bring information that is not true, that might, no one, all of us will have to give up something as employers and trade unions. So it's a very delicate moment. And I also want to make an invitation to Esther. I didn't do it during the Congress. We might take more time, but it would be good, really great, if we are able to sign this agreement at the conference end of September in Santiago. It's the Camino de Santiago. It has a symbolic view. Yes, we went through hard time as social partners. We are not negotiating for a long time. So Camino de Santiago is the right moment to reborn. So please have patience. Social partners are back. We will do a great agreement. Thank you.
I have to react because that is not true. I was not commenting on the ongoing negotiations on the right to disconnect. What I said was, first, Parliament and Commission had to force social partners to do this job. This is the truth. This is the truth, no one can deny it. And the second thing is, and that is my concern, I said there could be more on the social partner level, but what I experienced is in this term is there were many ideological objections from the business side. If it was on minimum wages, we have to stop it. If it was on platform, we have to stop it. If it was on the initiative for making a revision of the EWC directive, we have to stop it. There's no necessity to do it. Pay transparency. If we will do this will destroy European business. So this is the truth, and I can prove it. I can prove it with all the emails I was receiving. And that is the one and only thing I was concerned about. I was not commenting on the ongoing negotiations. That is not the truth.
Okay, my dear friends. I'd like to thank we have no more time. Now we're starting another round of questions, but we have no time. We have to finish now. One last question for Agnes. Tell me your second name, because I can't pronounce.
Jongerius.
Okay, it's perfect. Okay, all of you, thanks a lot.
Okay, thank you.
See you next time. It's a great pleasure to be with you. Nice. Good afternoon.
And thank you very much for this very warm panel. We are unfortunately almost at the end of this really productive and positive day. But before that, and for some final words, we have the pleasure of welcoming to the stage the Portuguese Secretary of State for European Affairs, Tiago Antunes, who will also chair the final ceremony of institutionalization of the Porto Social Forum.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I have the difficult task of being the last one to speak at the very end of a long and busy and intense day of discussions. So I'll try to be very brief. And more than anything else, I want to thank you all for being here in Porto and for renewing our collective commitment with the protection and promotion of social rights as a key element of European policy making. I must say, and I'm not just talking for myself here, I know I'm talking on behalf of Ana Mendes as well, and the Prime Minister and the full Portuguese government. I must say that we are all very happy and proud that some months ago we took the decision to organize this forum together with the European Commission to mark the second anniversary of the Porto Social Summit. And that we decided to make it not just this time around, but every other year. Because, and I'm sure that by now, by the end of this day, you can all agree with me that it was worth it, that it is worth it. And I'm sure that everyone here in the room recognizes the usefulness and the importance of this format, the Porto Social Forum, and of Porto, the city of Porto, as a regular meeting point to round forces in support of the implementation of the European Pillar of Social Rights and as a springboard for the European social agenda. Because, you know, for us, social rights are not just a detail, they're not just a proclamation of empty words. We truly believe that social rights and the European social model are a distinguishing feature of the European Union we have and of the European Union we want to have in the future. And this is why social policies were a key element during our presidency of the Council of the European Union back in 2021, and this is why they remain a key priority today. Because there is no real economic growth without social convergence, there is no prosperity without respect for the value of work, no cohesion without quality jobs or without public policies aimed at reducing poverty and exclusion. And the fact is, dear friends, we have come a long way. Since Gutenberg in 2017, we have indeed come a long way. We now have 20 principles of the European Pillar of Social Rights. We have an action plan to implement these principles. We have 3 major long-term targets at European level, declined international targets. And we have a set of new directives and instruments and tools at European level to reinforce workers' rights and social protection. And we have tested breakthrough mechanisms to deal with crises, such as REACT-EU or SURE, that helped maintain employment levels throughout the pandemic, and of course, Next Generation EU. And we have seen how they work and how they have proven to be effective, and therefore how they can be replicated to counter major shocks, to help stabilize our economies, avoiding unnecessary suffering, to support investment, and to strengthen the social fabric and its resilience. So we have come a long way. We now have several key tools and instruments, but we need to keep pushing. And as we near the end of this legislative term and approach the next one, it is absolutely necessary to rally behind the European Pillar of Social Rights and to make a solemn promise that in the next mandate, we will keep reinforcing social policies at European level. And we must do this for several reasons. We must do this in order to protect the citizens from recurring crises, in order to smooth the impacts of the ongoing green and digital transitions, making sure they happen in a fair, inclusive, and just way, leaving no one behind, in order to help Europeans cope with the impacts of the war in Ukraine. And in fact, when we started preparing this forum, it was clear to us from the outset that the social and economic instability caused by the war could not go unattended. And it is very important in order to strengthen the geopolitical nature of the European social model. This is why we also invited the candidate countries to be here with us today. And I would like to express my gratitude for the fact that several of our partners and friends from the neighborhood of the European Union with a candidate status decided to join us and took part in our discussions here today. In particular, I would like to recall the moving words of the Minister for Social Policy from Ukraine, Oksana Zolnovich, that has addressed us earlier today. And we want here from Porto to send a strong message of solidarity towards Ukraine and to reaffirm our commitment with independence, territorial integrity and sovereignty of the country and our unequivocal support for the needs of the Ukrainian people and Ukrainian children. Finally, one last word to mention one of the outcomes of this forum, which is an open letter from us here in Porto to the citizens of the entire European Union and the wider Europe. This open letter focusing on the main building blocks of the social Europe that we are building since Gothenburg in order to shelter all those in need. And so, to officially mark the adoption of this open letter, I am now calling on stage to close this forum with me and to show Europe that there is a firm, solid and committed belief in people's social rights. The following people: Ana Mendes Godinho, the Minister of Labour, Solidarity and Social Security from Portugal. Nicolas Schmid, European Commissioner for Employment and Social Rights. Dragos Pizlaru, the Chair of the Ample Committee from the European Parliament, should be getting here somewhere. Esther Lynch, Secretary General of ETUC. Maxime Cerruti, Director of Social Affairs from Business Europe. Piotr Sadowski, President of Social Platform. Veronique Willems, Secretary General from SME United. Valeria Ronziti, Secretary General for SGI Europe. And also all the ministers in the room from all the member states who decided to join this open letter and to co-sign it. Please join us on stage as well. I believe we have some ministers still in the room, so please. Okay, so these are the faces representing the various institutions and active forces of European society. These are the ones that during the last month have prepared an open letter that will now be delivered to European citizens throughout Europe to reaffirm our social contract with them, with the citizens. For a more inclusive Europe, for a Europe with more and better rights, for an economically competitive and fair Europe that welcomes and tells all citizens that the social condition they were born in does not automatically define their path or limit their dreams and ambitions. For a Europe of freedom, diversity, and opportunity. Thank you all. Thank you all. See you in 2025.
And that's it for today. Thank you all for taking part in the Porto Social Forum. We'll see you in 2025.